We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 그거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기가 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
포용적 디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙지가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 것.
맑은 신현물같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거? 투명하게 공개하는 거?
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together that we'll be able to build the kind of open government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들
시민들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in the anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
네, 지금 영어 채널로 마이크 테스팅 중입니다. This is the English channel. This is the English channel. We are testing the interpretation channel for English. This is the OGP Global Summit. Open renewal, call for action. This is the Open Government Summit. Open Government Partnership Summit, Global Summit. This is the English channel for simultaneous interpretation. We are testing the English channel for simultaneous interpretation. However, numbers can hide drawbacks. Unless credibility and biases in data are questioned, it can do more harm than good to society. Some more context on who was involved in creating or processing data, how data is analyzed, and the impacts on communities is needed. Open data has the potential as a tool to promote civic engagement, as well as can be put to use in a way that benefits society. For example, the city of Seoul made a public transportation map for disabled people.
Hello everyone, I'm Alexey Sobolev, CEO of the state enterprise Prozor.sail. It was a pleasure to read all about the nominees for the award and to fall in love with each of the projects. And I really do hope that one day after this pandemic ends, we could meet many of you in person. It's an honor to receive this award marking the 10th anniversary of Open Government Partnership Initiative. You may have asked yourself, what does Prozor.sail mean? Well, Ukrainian word prozoro translates as transparent, so we sell and lease public assets transparently and accessible to all. Since the revolution of dignity, the Ukrainian state has been constantly modernizing, but Ukraine is a country with low trust, not uncommon in today's world, and that makes all the changes that much harder. So how could we increase trust? And I think we found something. First, let me illustrate the impact that we create here. We do a lot, from selling huge factories for billions to renting out tiny premises in villages, but here's one story I like the most. So a couple of years ago, a small town in Dnipro region used our e-auction to sell rusty pipes of the old water supply system. The town earned an amount equal to 2 times its annual budget. With these funds, they built children's playgrounds. So to do this, a particular person, town head Sergei Vasilievich, in a particular town had to start believing that the items that no one used for decades may benefit his community. But the real result is not in the sale. For the magic to happen, you need to find buyers who would trust the government, and they would do that only when they know that the price and the process are fair, when nothing is hidden and everybody sees everything. So that's what we do. We are standing on the shoulders of giants. Ukraine has been participating in OGP initiative since its inception, And 5 years ago, our friends from Prozoro Public Procurement received the award as well. We are sure that this is not a coincidence but a trend, so watch out for the new Ukrainian initiatives in coming years. We'd like to thank everyone who supports the system and without whom this award could not happen. This is Ministry of Economic Development and Trade of Ukraine, Deposit Guarantee Fund, the President of Ukraine, all the members of Parliament and the ministries working with us, the National Bank, the State Property Fund, our partners in civil society across the whole country, international development organizations, and of course, our supervisory board and the hard-working Prozoro.cl team. You are the best.
Hi, I'm Kristina Zelinska from Transparency International Ukraine. Do you know what your government sells? Do you know what your city or town sells? What do they lease? Do you know who receives the mineral resource licenses and why? In Ukraine, in these areas, now everybody sees everything. A regular citizen or a civil activist has the same access to the information as the top government servant. Transparency International Ukraine, the Deposit Guarantee Fund, the Ministry of Economy and the National Bank of Ukraine once agreed on the need to build a transparent and efficient system for selling the assets of insolvent and liquidated banks. And now we open more markets for transparent public sales. Today, this award is a confirmation that we are moving in the right direction. The 10th anniversary award of the Open Government Partnership is a powerful international recognition and an indication that sales reform is on track and should extend to as many public areas and markets as possible. The victory of the Ukrainian system Prozoro.cl is the victory of our golden triangle: the government, the public and business at the same time. Going digital has become Ukraine's flagship topic and the state priority during the last years. Ukraine is one of the first countries in the world that fully legalized digital passports. It was a huge step to a paperless regime. We have a big ambition to make Ukraine a world champion in being digital, and such projects as DIA, Prozoro, Prozoro.cl, etc. are part of this transformation. Together with the entire Transparency International Ukraine team, we congratulate you for such an effective tool for those seeking to create positive change in their country.
Thank you, Kristina. Nowadays, trust is decreasing everywhere, but it looks like we know how to start fixing this. The fix is in complete transparency, equal rules, digital procedures, and cooperation between the business, the civil society, and the government. With this, corruption becomes unnecessary and inconvenient, while the state provides efficient digital services to everyone. And this would create markets and trust, just like Prozoro.cl does. Congratulations to all of the nominees and Slava Ukraini!
Lo primero que yo sentí cuando estaba iniciando la pandemia fue desesperanza. La comunidad en la que yo vivo, la pandemia creo que lo que más evidenció fue muchas necesidades, y todo eso confluyó a un momento en el que toda mi familia y yo nos enfermamos. Encontré información sobre los montos, como los montos de cada proyecto de inversión, a qué estaban destinados, información sobre los contratistas. Del total de los recursos del proyecto solo se había ejecutado como la mitad. Lo primero que sentí fue como un poco de dolor, como de que ahí está la plata y de pronto no se está ejecutando de la manera más rápida. Pues pasaron varios meses en los que no recibí una respuesta como sobre qué se estaba haciendo con ese aporte ciudadano. Sentir que de pronto sí que puedo tener algún efecto o alguna incidencia, ¿no? Como de poder llamar la atención sobre algo que está pasando. A mí me parece importante que los gobiernos escuchen y den este tipo de herramientas a los ciudadanos voy a seguir insistiendo como en el seguimiento pues a los proyectos también, porque siento que es un llamado como ciudadano.
I personally believe in the sanitary effect of sunlight. So when you're able to beam the searchlight, it becomes very difficult for corruption to continue to survive and weigh down our economy, like has happened in the past.
For Nigeria, it was an environment shrouded in strict secrecy, and the information on who owns what was an exclusive preserve of very, very few. This is information that no one was willing to discuss.
There has been a lot of improvements since then. Naiti kept pushing and pushing. President Muhammadu Buhari, while attending the anti-corruption summit in London, made a commitment, first of all, to the Open Governance Partnership, and Nigeria committed to sign and did sign by July of that year, and also made a commitment to establishing an open register of beneficial ownership of companies operating in Nigeria.
The first step we took was to ensure that there was a deadline within which Nigeria will queue into the beneficial ownership disclosure. So we published a roadmap, and that roadmap was mainstreamed into our national and country-wide plans, and then widely shared in terms of ownership to the companies, to the government, to the civil society. And we began to work towards meeting that deadline. And by December 2019, we became the first country to establish a beneficial ownership portal.
What has happened since then, and for the better, is the reenactment of the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020 CAMA. CAMA has made a provision that authorizes CAC now by law to establish and to collect beneficial ownership information from all companies operating in Nigeria and establish an open register so that citizens or anybody can visit the database and interrogate the data. We were able to pass the Petroleum Industry Act, the PIA, which in Section 7 of the PIA has made a very clear provision for the establishment of a beneficial ownership register for the extractive industry. So for Nigeria now, it's not just that we have to report beneficial ownership because we've made a commitment to the EIT and the OGP, but we now have to establish it because there's a law.
We began now to enlighten the media, the civil society, and multi-stakeholders on addressing the fears and concerns they had about beneficial ownership disclosure, trying to create the kind of information that enables them to have a sense that this is a win-win for everyone.
It will help us to track, reduce, and arrest corrupt practices that are undertaken either by companies or beneficial owners of companies. It helps us to have information that the citizen can see who are actually the real owners behind the companies that run businesses in Nigeria. Once people realize that information about them will be in the public domain, it acts as a major deterrent.
The mining sector came up to say, oh, between January and May this year, our revenues grew by 151%. So that began to build confidence that beneficial ownership, after all, is a win-win for all. And Naiti began to strengthen this position. When BO is fully mainstreamed into our culture of governance, there will be public trust, there will be citizens' confidence, there will be revenue growth. And revenue growth will translate into access to funding to provide roads, water, electricity.
제가 지식을 가르쳐 줄 때 그저 글 속에만 존재하던 지식이 아이들에게 들어갔을 때
저는 아이들에게 환경 문제에 대해서 꾸준히 교육하는 것이 굉장히 중요하다고 생각하는데요. 아이들이 이러한 무거운 문제를 이해하지 못한다는 것은 굉장한 오해라고 생각합니다. 한국에서는 냉동식품에 대한 배송 문화가 매우 활발하게 발달되어 있는데요. 이렇게 배달되어 오는 과정에서 같이 오는 아이스팩 속에 있는 미세 플라스틱들이 지하수로 흘러들어가서 다시 우리가 마시게 됩니다. 저희가 제안한 정책이 실제로 만들어지게 하기 위해서 저희는 광화문 1번가에 정책을 제안했습니다.
현재 온라인 광화문 1번가는 구축 2년 10개월 만에 회원 수가 53만 명에 이르는 등 범정부 국민참여 대표 플랫폼으로 자리매김하였습니다. 광화문 1번가가 온오프라인을 통해 다양한 계층과 연령, 특히 지금까지 아주 우수 사례라고 이렇게 평가받는 사례 중에 하나가 제주도에 있는 초등학교 3학년 학생들이 한 제안인데요. 아이스팩 재활용과 관련된 제안입니다.
그 노력들이 이어져서 대한민국 혁신 박람회에도 초청받아서 저희 아이들이 장관님과 인터뷰도 진행하고 또 아이들의 노력 끝에 정책으로 진행되었을 때 말할 수 없는 감동이 있었고
중요한 것은 국민들 정책이 제대로 이제 현장에서 이제 집행이 되고 그리고 국민들이 진짜 뭘 원하는 건지 국민의 작은 의견이라도 듣고 최대한 정책에 반영하는 게
Thank you everyone for joining us both on and offline. Welcome to the 2021 OGP Global Summit, second day, the special session, Youth Summit, with me, Shinjie, as your MC. Well, to first brief you on our agenda today, after the Deputy Minister of Interior and Safety of Korea delivers his opening remarks, the Deputy CEO of Open Government Partnership and the representative of the Open Government Youth Collective will deliver their congratulatory message. And afterwards, the youth representatives will make policy proposals according to each theme. And of course, this will be followed by the closing remarks from the Secretary to the President for Youth Policy from the Office of President Korea and the Executive Director of Tuawiza East Africa and incoming OGP Steering Committee co-chair. As this Youth Summit will strengthen the international solidarity among the young activists all around the world, and also serve as an opportunity to improve the youth representation in the process of making the open government policies, please make sure that you stay with us until the very end and have a valuable time. And now, to fully begin the Youth Summit with some open remarks, today, the Deputy Minister Han Chang-sop of the Interior and Safety Korea is joining us today with his high interest in the DNA of youth to seek innovation and make brave challenges. So, for the opening remarks of the 2021 OGP Global Summit Special Session, the Youth Summit, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Deputy Minister Han Chang-sop with a big round of applause.
Good morning and good afternoon. I am Deputy Minister Han Chang-sop of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. I am very happy to see so many youth leaders from all over the world. I am standing here at the venue, but I can see all these faces that are virtually joining us online. And I feel like we have a true gathering of youth from all over the world. I would like to extend my gratitude to Joe Powell, Deputy CEO of OGP, Aiden Iakuze, Executive Director of the OGP Civil Society Co-Chair, and Park Sung-min, Secretary to the President for Youth Policy, as well as Shaima Bruises, a youth activist, and Accountability Lab, which is a valued partner for the Youth Summit, as well as Blair Glenkos, Executive Director of Accountability Lab, for their contribution. The global discourse on youth policies has been shifting away from providing policies for the youth to making policies together with the youth. The UN announced a youth strategy called Youth 2030 in 2018. And in this strategy, youth participation and advocacy was pointed out as #1 priority. And the strategy emphasizes the need to build a meaningful and sustainable partnership between the UN and the youth. The Korean government used to provide policies for the youth, but now the government is trying to engage the youth more actively in the decision-making process so that we can co-create policies for the youth and by the youth. And to this end, the Basic Act on the Youth was enacted to engage youth at the central government and the local government level. We have regional youth platforms and youth participation vehicles to facilitate communication between the youth and the local communities. I believe that we need to move away from making policies for the youth to creating policies together with the youth. We need to allow young leaders to take the lead in the public discussions so that they can be engaged in resolving many social issues. In this regard, I believe that this youth summit will provide a meaningful opportunity to redefine the role of the youth and their contribution. We need to build a more transparent, a more inclusive society where citizens are the owners.
And to make this happen, we need to listen to the voices of many stakeholders, including civil society members. I myself consider a partner for the youth representatives, and we will make sure to create a more open government. From the workshop to the Global Summit, there has been an extensive journey. I'd like to express my gratitude to all the youth delegates for their contribution and their passion. I also like to thank all the online and offline participants from around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for opening the Youth Summit with your remarks. As he have mentioned, today's platform, the Youth Summit, will be a meaningful event for the open government and the youth leaders in order to pave the way towards the future. 네, 그리고 잠시 한국어로 안내를 드리겠습니다.
We will also try to provide some housekeeping announcements in Korean. We are providing simultaneous interpretation services. Please make use of the simultaneous interpretation receivers on the tables in front of you. Set them to 1 for Korean, 2 for English, 3 for Spanish, and 4 for French. Thank you very much.
Partnership has been serving as a platform for the young people to generate the future they want. Well, and today we have the Mr. Joe Powell, the Deputy CEO of Open Government Partnership, who will deliver a congratulatory message. So let's watch it through the screen.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Minister Han Chang-sop, and thank you to the Government of Korea and Accountability Lab for bringing this incredible group of young leaders together for the OGP Global Summit. For me, this is one of the most exciting and important sessions of this entire summit. Open government is inherently about expanding democracy so that everyone has a voice in decisions that affect their lives. For too long, in too many countries, young people have been excluded from the democratic process, whether at the ballot box or beyond the ballot box. And yet at the same time, it has been youth-led movements that have increasingly driven the political agenda, from the Friday for Future movement that has forced climate change up the priority list so that it cannot be ignored by any political leader, to the students in Hong Kong who have bravely stood up to the erosion of democracy. OGP must be on the side of those movements and must be a place where advocacy, campaigning, and activism meets policy change. We've seen this in Uruguay, for example, where reformers used OGP to improve rural government services for youth and women. This commitment advances participatory methods that led to over 200 young people creating an agenda for rural youth, which was then presented to national authorities. And we've seen similar initiatives across the world, from Philippines to Ontario, Canada, and Elgeyo Marakwet County in Kenya. We also saw the amazing OGP Youth Summit last year, thanks to our partners like Accountability Lab and Restless Development, and many of the group gathered here today, where there were fantastic conversations on a range of topics, from tackling COVID to more inclusion for women and other marginalized groups. So all of that progress is good, but it is also not sufficient. And that's why we're here today. I know over the past few weeks, this youth delegation has been helping shape the next steps for youth in OGP, working together to share experiences and policy priorities from across the 14 countries represented here, and from across government, civil society, academia, and all of the different backgrounds that all of you come from. The ideas that will be presented today will shape the future of OGP, and you've provided critical input into a forthcoming youth toolkit, which will help guide all of our OGP members, national and local. We want to make sure that that toolkit is used in every single OGP forum, so that when we meet again, we have far more of these inspiring examples to share. In closing, we need a new generation of civic leaders to take forward the open government and democracy agenda. In fact, we need a leadership revolution. There is no coalition for open government that can meet its full potential without the engagement and leadership of young people. And this is not just a point of principle, It's a point of effectiveness and results, because we know that no coalition can be effective without young people taking the message out across our communities. And now we need to take that message out across our entire partnership. So really looking forward to working together to make that happen. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy CEO, for your remarks. With the efforts currently made, more youth, as the leadership of the new generation, will participate lively under the OGP to spur the changes that are already being made. So let's make sure that we are going to use the given time wisely in order to drive the challenges. And now, moving on, representing the Open Government Youth Collective, we have Ms. Jaime Borges, the project coordinator of Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom in Morocco, to deliver her remarks. So let's welcome her through the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, let me first start by saying this was such an easy speech to make because my presence here today isn't for the show, like it's usually the case when young people are invited. I'm here today while deeply convinced by the real will of OGP to ensure that young people are central to the process of policy and advocacy around open government going forward. So while here, let me first reiterate that OGP isn't only a multilateral partnership to promote open government and transparency, but it's also a foyer to those crazy of us enough to believe in our ability to rebuild democracy in these times of crisis. And what OGP actually has taught me since my participation in the 2019 OGP Youth Summit is that today more than ever, it's time to break the ties with policies aligning with a framework of circumstantial remedies without a true diagnosis of the reality of young people and marginalized communities. So I'm very happy to be here today to tell you that we are gathered to launch the OGP Youth Summit 2021 that aims to actually shift the perceptions of young people and to take and reframe actions by suggesting policy recommendations through their 3 days workshop in order to avoid the inevitable conclusions that we are all familiar with, that we are very much used to. So for this exercise to succeed, I can definitely not miss addressing decision makers that are present here today. I am fully aware that when public decision makers or public decision making becomes a career that leads to having years and years of agendas full like the one we have in this summit in such an incredible setting, it becomes easy to get disconnected from the reality of the bigger picture. But today is also your time to implement change, to envision it, to ensure its achievement. To the young people present today, you might ask yourselves what it takes to be a young leader. Well, it's easy. It takes to unfold your potential, to uphold your values, and to be bold in a world of turmoil. But please, while you're carrying your conversations, be sure not to focus on empowerment only, unless you want to continue to talk about inequality, iniquity, violence, etc. Rather, focus on how together as young people, we are able to exercise our inherent power and agency. I am looking forward to see the results of your discussions, and I am wishing you the very best of luck throughout this amazing journey. And I'm deeply grateful for this opportunity. Thanks a lot for having me today, and I'm looking forward to what's to come.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Jaime Borges, for your remarks. As you have mentioned, it's up to the young people to make changes as they are put at the center of open government. So today, here at the Youth Summit, in order to suggest the policies for the 3 major common visions of strengthening civic and public participation, anti-corruption, and inclusive digital innovation, the 26 youth representatives from 14 countries have gone through the 3 days of workshop and a week of group discussion. And thank you, all the youth reformers, for being able to and for willing to change the status quo and for raising your voices. All of your hard work indeed requires and deserves a big applause. And today, Mr. Blair Glenkos, the Executive Director of Accountability Lab, who is doing his best in order to realize the open government centering the youth, will join us today in order to brief us on each of the topic. We thank him for accepting our invitation to help the young leaders share their innovative ideas on the open government. So among the 3 topics that we will be dealing today, the first topic that we will be diving into is anti-corruption. So before the youth representatives make their proposals, we will first welcome Executive Director Blair Glencos to brief us on the topic.
Hello everyone, my name is Blair Glencos. I'm the Executive Director of the Accountability Lab, and it's a pleasure to be with you today. I'd like to begin by saying what a privilege it has been to work with these youth delegates as part of this OGP Summit and to work with them on these policy proposals. We already knew that the future of the open governance movement was bright, but the last few weeks really have confirmed this. I'm filled with hope and inspiration and energy from all of the incredible work that these young people from around the world have done, from Brazil to Nigeria to Korea. I'm truly excited about the future of this movement and about their policy proposals, which they are pitching to you today. And the first group that I would like to introduce is the Anti-Corruption Policy Proposal Group. The last years, of course, during COVID have brought unprecedented levels of corruption. In 2020, nearly $11.7 trillion was spent by governments worldwide to address a range of issues related to the pandemic. But issues like contract irregularities, missing government aid packages, medical supplies going missing, bribery, money laundering, fraud, embezzlement, and much more. All of these corruption issues have plagued our response to this pandemic and made it much less effective and much less citizen-centered than it should have been. And at the same time, this corruption more broadly continues to undermine our democratic systems, and without strong commitments through OGP focused on political integrity, anti-corruption, and economic recovery and all of the other related issues, we are not going to be able to create the citizen-centered decision-making and open governance that we need. So corrupt, interconnected practices experienced by all countries have ultimately lowered the quality of public services, diverted aid away from those most in need, deepened inequality, and eroded trust between citizens and the state. In OGP, members have advanced a number of anti-corruption reforms in critical areas, including open contracting, public procurement, beneficial ownership, political integrity, and the extractive industries. There have been over 700 anti-corruption commitments implemented by 91 members over the past 10 years. So this topic is incredibly important to OGP and to citizens everywhere. And the policy proposal that our youth delegates have developed can play an important role, I think, in helping to shape some of this thinking going forwards. I'll let them tell you now more about this policy proposal, but I just wanted to say what I like about it is the way that it brings together interconnected themes in a way that is self-reinforcing. We can't fight corruption by focusing on just one piece of this, and I think they've prioritized the three pieces that fit together to form the basis of their proposal really well, and those are self-reinforcing. And so I'll hand it over to them. Thank you so much, and take it away, Anti-Corruption Policy Proposal Group.
Thank you very much, Executive Director, for the kind introduction. So now let me introduce to you the delegations who have been discussing on our first topic, the anti-corruption. Thank you very much for joining us, Esma Gomberis and Fabio Roten, and also Gabriela Boichet, Hwang Si-eun, and Ismail Awal Galba, and Kim Min-ji, Rafael Reite, Romina Damini, and Seo Hyo-jin. And now I will leave it up to you, Hwang Si-eun and Rafael Reite, to proceed with what you have prepared.
Distinguished guests present, thank you for your presence on behalf of the entire OGP Summit Youth Delegation. My name is Shin Hwang from the Anti-Corruption Stream Group. Wrongdoing, fragile concept of integrity among public servants, and general public disdain continues the corruption. As a result, one of the most deleterious effects of corruption, the erosion of citizen confidence in the functioning of public institutions, arises. Our idea started from there. How do we restore the public confidence? Ultimately, the goal was to strengthen an evidence-based culture of integrity in a public sector. We believe that symmetry of information, available to the public, and lack of openness of which government agencies are striving and which are lagging behind deactivates a cycle of integrity promotion within the public sectors. And of course, lack of appropriate institutional infrastructure translates into lack of capability in resolving public grievances against government corruption. While focusing solely on regulation and negative reinforcement will not sustainably eradicate the problem. During the deliberation process, the anti-corruption group discovered that different countries encounter different challenges. Differences in institutional capacity and level of development shaped which types of changes are best suited to each case. As we encounter more and more differences, we felt the need for a common approach to combat corruption within the member states. With this in mind, we came up with an idea of setting an OGP anti-corruption criterion. The OGP anti-corruption criterion contains 3 levels of recommendations that cover varying logics to countering corruption, sharing information, improving foundations, and developing culture. Each branch can be summarized as better information, better institutions, and better civic participation. Let's take a closer look one by one. Raphael.
Hi, Shion and everyone. I am Rafael from the Anti-Corruption Framework. Assuming that the public sector is like a ballroom of different institutions, we identified that the lack of information makes citizens generalize negative experiences of corruption in the interaction with government. To change that, governments must send better information in regard to difference made by different agencies to the base integrity. For this reason, our recommendation 1 is to adopt a new mix of integrity in public service, whose calculation must include at least 3 sets of data. Recognize inputs from citizens and civil servants, data and transparency of government agencies, and information on possible conflicts of interest of individual NGOs. We believe that amendments like this could allow the creation of heat maps about the efforts to make public service, so citizens and civil servants can make evidence-based decisions on how and where to invest their resources in fighting corruption. Recommendation 2 addresses the need for institutions that are able to use strategic data on integrity management in the public service. We believe that fighting with corruption is enhanced by agencies equipped with capabilities to make policy. Regarding this issue, our proposals are organized into 2 main ideas. On one hand, the creation of multi-stakeholder councils with broad competencies in integrity management, such as awareness campaign, policy schemes, and marketing implementation mechanisms, etc. On the other hand, we suggest the modernization of equipment practices for the anti-corruption agencies, and in addition to being open and transparent, should also possess methodologies that take into account integrity indicators and values. Finally, the fight against corruption in the UN, we believe that cultural change is key. To achieve this, our 3rd recommendation is to foster joint anti-corruption partnerships within governments and civil society. In this state, that goes forward. 1. Anti-corruption monitoring panels that generate and publish data on civic perspectives on corruption. 2. Generational diversity goals for citizens' consultation spaces to increase the number of young leaders and participation processes. And lastly, 3. The youth empowerment instruments such as fellowship programs, training courses, and preventive practice. In the process, we emphasize that young people are get advanced ethics, behaviors, and long-term. Engaging in training of perspectives and foster a culture of integrity.
Mr. Raphael, can you hear me?
Yes.
Actually, the mic condition of your side is not really good. So would you like to adjust your mic? Yes, thank you very much. And would you try speaking once again?
Okay.
I'm sorry, but the quality of the sound is still not that good. So would you try maybe plugging off and speaking right through the laptop? Yes, maybe.
No, yes?
Oh, this is good.
Yes? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Do you want me to start since the beginning?
I think you can proceed.
Okay. Since the beginning.
No, you can start from where you have just stopped.
Okay. So I will continue from the third proposition. So finally, to fight against corruption in the long run, we believe that cultural change is key. To achieve this, our third recommendation is to foster joint anti-corruption partnerships between governments and civil society. In this stage, we propose the following. 1. Anti-corruption monitoring panels that generates and publishes data on civics perspectives on corruption. 2. Generational diversity goals for citizens' consultation spaces to increase the number of young leaders in participation processes. And lastly, 3, youth empowerment instruments, such as fellowship programs, training courses, and communities of practice. In this process, we emphasize that young people like us can advance ethics behaviors in the public sector. Engaging in training young people in the long term in each of these ideas could foster a culture of integrity.
To wrap up, the OGP anti-corruption criterion is organized into measures whose implementation depends on the maturity of anti-corruption practices in place in different countries. At the most basic level, we argue that governments should develop information infrastructure, since the accumulation of evidence is required for successfully designing institutional adjustments that promote integrity. At an intermediate level, it is essential to have public agencies that are able to take advantage of strategic information. We propose measures that can help governments to strengthen their anti-corruption institutions. Lastly, at a more advanced level, we argue that only better participation practices will uphold integrity in the long term, because these practices can shape social behaviors towards corruption and reinforce citizen demand for better governments. Corruption has been a perennial problem for us. However, as long as there is a consistent and strong partnership between citizens and governments, as the Open Government Partnership pursues, integrity will be part of our presence. As the pioneers of integrity, our presence as young people in this space today is a sign of this. That was
Rafael Leite
and Shin Huang from the Anti-Corruption Steering Group. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you very much for your suggestions. OGP anti-corruption criterion for better information, better institution, and better civil participation. I hope that the ideas shared today will be inscribed and be reflected on each country's constitution or the policies. And now, as we turn to our second topic, which is the civil space and public participation, let us welcome Executive Director Blair Glenkos once again to brief us on the topic.
Hello again. The second group I would like to introduce to you is the group of youth delegates that have been working on a policy proposal around civic space and public participation. Civic space is, of course, the underpinning for open government, yet it is eroding globally. According to Civicus, only 4% of the world's population now live in countries with open civic space. That's a huge, huge problem. According to analysis in 2019, in OGP, 58% of OGP members report issues related to the harassment of activists and journalists. In nearly half of OGP countries, civil society organizations lack access to funding and face barriers through tax regulations. In 52% of OGP countries, there are reports of excessive use of police force during protests, as well as the use of surveillance against citizens and public and private organizations, journalists, and human rights defenders. In 45% of OGP countries, there are problems with censorship online or discrimination. Nearly 50 countries as part of OGP have made commitments to protect civic space, and current reporting on these commitments suggests that they are outperforming other policy areas. So this is a really important part of the plans that exist amongst OGP countries. And while member uptake has decreased over the past 10 years, this remains a really, really important part of what it is that OGP, I think, helps to push and support. And without engaged citizens and strong civil society organizations, open government cannot achieve its fundamental purpose. So to support countries to protect civic space, OGP works to strengthen the co-creation process, which serves as an important dialogue platform between government and civil society. It coordinates with a range of partners to help countries develop ambitious commitments to protect a coalition of organizations that work in civic space in every country. And it mobilizes these organizations to lead and promote ideas on advancing civic space and public participation. The OGP 2021 call to action highlighted ideas from OGP members to advance through their upcoming OGP action plans, which actually correlate quite nicely with what you're about to hear from our youth delegate group, including freedom of assembly, association, and expression, along with cross-cutting recommendations that include issues of diversity and inclusion. So we need to find ways to help citizens participate in meaningful ways and that all voices are heard as part of policy making. Governance is not open unless it's open for everyone. And what I love about this next policy proposal is there's a real focus on inclusion, both for governments in terms of OGP commitments, but also for OGP itself and its processes as we work towards improving and opening up civic space and improving public participation in the years to come. So I'll hand you over to our representatives from the second group that is going to tell you a bit more about their policy proposal for civic space and public participation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Executive Director. And now let me introduce to you the representative who have joined the discussions in order to strengthen the public space and the civic participation. So we have An Ye-seung, An Jun-hyun, Ilma Levi, Melissa Childes-Castagnur, and Park Hong-jun, Park Sung-soo, Son Yu-jin, Doneisa Jarrett, and Vino Lucero. Thank you everyone for joining us today, and I'll leave it up to Vino Lucero and An Ye-seung. The floor is yours.
I appreciate everyone attending here and online, so let's get started, Vino.
Okay. Good evening from Manila. I am Vino Lucero from the Philippines, and I am with my co-speaker, Yusung An from South Korea, on behalf of a team of 9 youth leaders from 5 different countries all over the world to present our recommendations in improving civic space and public participation in countries onboarded in the Open Government Partnership. We crafted these recommendations keeping in mind current challenges and limitations being experienced by countries about this topic.
Thanks for your introduction, Vino. To add to that, our recommendations center on 3 key goals. First, to ensure citizens have the access to information that will empower them to participate in public processes. Second, they also have a hand in creating lasting changes related to inclusion in the countries participating in the OGP. And third, that citizens can help ensure that no one gets left behind in the civic space when it comes to inclusion and participation.
Yes, the first recommendation encourages that countries pass legislation both at the national and subnational levels, ensuring the people's right to know, more known to others as freedom of information, so that they are empowered to participate in public processes by having the information to engage in a meaningful way. This would also mean publishing information online and offline, may it be on government websites or on social media, in local languages applicable to your respective countries to guarantee linguistic accessibility of all published information.
Accessibility, in a way, is a key value in our second recommendation. It is to ensure that marginalized groups and grassroots communities are being given the space to engage with government, especially for issues and decisions that affect them. These include indigenous people, persons with disabilities, and community-level interest groups who are rarely represented in open government discussions. They should be given context-relevant access to information and the space to engage meaningfully in matters that are of interest to them. This way, we capture the diversity within our respective countries, decision rooms, and discussions we have about public processes. And Capturing the real-life diversity of civil society in the OGP processes, meanwhile, is a core of our third recommendation. We encourage government to co-create systems and improvements tests with civil society when it comes to ensuring long-term participation of non-government sectors in OGP processes. This can building up from existing efforts or founding new processes that will ensure collaboration between governments and civil society in achieving goals and commitments under their OGP action plans.
And speaking of OGP action plans, our last recommendation would be to create baseline commitments in all future action plans of OGP countries. We hope that we see three mainstay commitments: open budget, open contracting, and open data. While we understand that some countries have written in such commitments in the past, we always see that there's always room for improvement here. And in order to keep the practice updated to the needs of the people, we should keep these three baseline commitments. Citizens will always be interested in how their governments spend taxpayers' money, and having these commitments in every action plan moving forward will ensure that the practice of public disclosure and citizen participation will always be the default.
We know that there might be existing efforts in the different countries related to these recommendations, but we hope to encourage improvement for all OGP countries. Maybe it's for those who have put in the work before or those who are just starting to work on achieving these goals.
Our team will always be willing to help out and support countries that will be willing to take on these recommendations. At the end of the day, all these recommendations can only be achieved if we work together. Government and civil society with the youth, collaborating to ensure a more open government for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for delivering such important thoughts as the youth representatives of the civil society. Well, with the suggestions being made today, I believe the public will be much more encouraged to participate in the process. And now, before we move on to the next presentations, we have from Accountability Lab, the Operations Coordinator, Alui Masood, and the Senior Operations and Programs Officer, Katie Fuss, that supports the youth representatives' activities. They have sent their message of support today, so let's watch it through the screen.
Hello, and welcome to the 2021 Open Government Partnership Summit held in Korea. My name is Alui Masood, and I am the Operations Coordinator at Accountability Lab. Now, Accountability Lab and the Government of Korea have dedicated their time towards training 26 young delegates in bringing their fresh and unique perspective to the conversation around open government. These delegates, the ideas that they bring and the concepts they like to introduce are, again, unique, they're professional, and they're quite smart. I am excited and proud towards introducing these 26 delegates to you all today and to the summit. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, my name is Katie Fuss. I'm 25 years old, and I'm the Senior Operations and Programs Officer with Accountability Lab, as well as a founding member of the Open Gov Youth Collective. Historically, governance has focused on the what, not the who, what the policies are, rather than who is in the room designing and discussing them. Today, open government movements are thinking more deeply about whom they're including and whom they are leaving behind. On youth inclusion in particular, Accountability Lab is proud to have partnered with the Government of Korea to bring 26 unique and engaged youth delegates to the 2021 Open Government Partnership Summit. These delegates clearly illustrate that youth are not only the leaders of tomorrow, but are leading the way today.
Yes, thank you very much, both of you, for sending the message. And through the message, thank you very much for showing your support towards the youth. And now for our last topic, which is the inclusive digital innovation. We're going to welcome once again Executive Director Blair Glencos to brief us on the topic.
The next and final group of youth delegates that I'd like to introduce to you is the group working together on issues of digital governance and inclusive digital policymaking. Digital tools and social media have empowered people through widespread access to information and global connections. Citizens are using technology to hold governments to account and to exercise their civic rights. Governments are using technology to be more transparent, accountable, and inclusive. They are also innovating solutions to pressing issues, including delivering better services, establishing cutting-edge systems of procurement, and fighting fraud and abuse. Yet the same technologies can represent real risks to democracies. Unaccountable institutions are leveraging technology to pursue their own interests. And public institutions are dealing with the unintended consequences of fast-moving technologies that often outpace government oversight. The 2021 OGP co-chair call to action highlighted ideas for OGP members to advance through their upcoming OGP action plans. Recommendations were made across areas including inclusive digital transformation and innovation, digital rights and safeguards against the misuse of digital technologies, and much more. And what I love about the elements of the recommendations that this group of youth delegates has come up with is again that there is a key focus on inclusion. There is such a danger with technology that policies leave behind those that do not have easy or affordable access to the internet. And I also really appreciate that this group did not just focus on the policies themselves, but the ways in which these policies will be implemented through awareness, skills, and capacity building. I'll let them tell you more about it all. I'm excited to hear about the policy proposals that they've come up with. And thank you again to this group and to all of the youth delegate groups for their amazing collective work on these issues. We look forward to working with governments and civil society and the government of Korea through OGP in the years to come to help integrate these ideas into government policymaking with support of civil society. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Executive Director. We are also excited to find out what they have to offer. So without further ado, let me introduce to you the representatives who has joined us for the discussions on the innovative, inclusive digital innovation. Thank you very much for joining the discussion. Golsen Guller, John Ha-eun, Jesse Jekere, Praise Ajibola Olwanlei, and Preeti Akos Obwar, Rayleigh Martin, Seok-jung, and Yang So-hee. Thank you very much, and I'll leave it up to John Ha-eun and Golsen Guller to start the presentation.
Thank you, everyone, and it's my pleasure to be here. Good morning from UK. I'm here today as a representative for the Inclusive Digital Innovation team, which has participants from 6 different countries. We know that current digital information systems are not designed to be inclusive, accessible, or open. And we have witnessed the harm they can do to society and undermine democratic values when economic profit is the only goal.
Yes, this will be the last presentation brought to you by the youth representative. We're having a technical problem right now with the internet connection from the Golsen Guller. So, Golsen Guller, are you ready to restart the presentation?
Hello? Yeah, is it better now?
Go ahead.
Sorry. So we know the current digital information systems are not designed to be inclusive, accessible, or open. And we have witnessed the harm they can do to society and undermine democratic values when the economic profit is the only goal. Factors such as the existing inequities in society and the incredible fast development of new technologies add on top of all this, and a result, million people are left behind, and the adaptation of new technologies goes unquestioned. Although there are no quick fixes to this highly complex situation, we do have the power to challenge the status quo and work towards a more equitable implementation of new technologies in society. in a way that centers around citizens' interest to truly achieve inclusive digitalization. How we change the current system is by going beyond the techno-determinism, the belief that technology is the only solution we need, and looking at the impacts of technology on citizens' life and critically thinking about the direction we want to take in the future. Today, we propose a holistic approach to making this change happen, which actually connects well with the previous two proposals. Our policy draft consists of 3 steps. The first step is affordable and accessible access to digital information. The second step is able and active citizens. And the third step is applied and advanced programs. Over to you, Haun.
How can you achieve this step? For the first step, we recommend ensuring accessibility by creating a single online platform. It's important to ensure public access to information anywhere, anytime. And the digital solution is one of the most effective and efficient tools for that. Also, all the information should be easily understandable. Furthermore, affordability is key to accessibility. Most vulnerable groups often have comparatively less access to technology. This is well evident in other countries, but particularly in developing countries, as the extremes show that women, persons living with disabilities, the elderly, and even children struggle. So the platform we suggest should be affordable to the least beneficiaries in accord with each local situation. Of course, we also need to consider existing infrastructure and hardware limitations as well, rather than unintentionally creating new ones. Gerson?
Of course, we know providing access to digital technologies does not automatically bring citizen participation. The failure of the One Laptop per Child project is the most prominent example of this. The whole project failed because of the existing problems, such as the huge work overload of teachers and parents' inefficient digital skills. And moreover, there was no focus on personal support for children to make use of these laptops. That's why the recommendation 2 is all about digital skills and competences that are needed to engage with digital systems. These are also crucial for citizens to move away from being passive receivers of services and information and become critical thinkers and active contributors to the digital public sphere where they can exercise the power they have. We also recommend collaborating with grassroots organizations to make these efforts more effective. This active position is especially a must-have for people who are historically discriminated against to make their voices heard, participate in the digital economy, and for digital information systems to become more inclusive and diverse. Over to you, Han.
Lastly, as the advanced step, we urge all the citizens to be aware and actively engage in open data and relevant applications. Open data can tackle big problems, and some citizens already act as major players to utilize the data. However, numbers can hide drawbacks. Unless credibility and biases in data are questioned, it can do more harm than good to our society. So more context on who was involved in creating or processing data, how data is analyzed, and the impact on community is needed. Open data has the potential as a tool to promote civic engagement, as well as can be put to use in a way that benefits society. For example, the city of Seoul made a public transportation map for the disabled people by sharing the data as an API and keeping it updated with civic participation. Through this way, we believe the open governance will be completed by citizens, as well as leads to further inclusive innovation. So that leads me to the concluding part. We believe digital technology itself cannot be the solution alone to achieve inclusive digital innovation and open governance. Therefore, we, the youth delegation, urge that first, accessibility has to be the starting point, but efforts cannot stop there. Second, digital literacy can lead to citizen engagement and empowerment. Last but not least, open data has the potential to strengthen civil rights. We also would like to remind you that our policy recommendation paper is available to you both in English and Korean. So please give it a read for more details. And that's all I have to say for today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your proposal. Well, with the key focus on innovation, the last group made their proposals on how and what should be implemented for the inclusive digital innovation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, all the youth representatives have made their policy resistance. The new perspective and the innovative ideas that has been shared today will indeed serve as a critical and a crucial driving force towards a better future. And now from Accountability Lab, the Global Director of Learning, Sherry Ray Erasmus, and the Programs and Learning Manager, Jaka Rutz, have sent their message expressing their expectations on the future activities of the youth representatives. So let's take a look.
Hello. 안녕하십니까. My name is Sherry Lee Erasmus, and I serve as the Global Director of Learning at the Accountability Lab. Over the last few weeks, I've been so honored to work alongside 26 dynamic leaders who participated in our OGP Youth Bootcamp. Listening to them share their experiences and their policy ideas makes one realize how citizens all over the world face similar challenges, albeit in different forms. But these young leaders are imagining new ways of catalyzing participation and improving governance, and they put accountability, inclusion, and accessibility at the center of their work. That makes me incredibly hopeful. We can rest assured that they are paving the way for much-needed reforms. On behalf of the Accountability Lab, I'd like to thank the government of Korea for making it possible to bring these young changemakers together to continue building global networks for change. Thank you.
Sanbonani from South Africa. This is a traditional isiZulu greeting that roughly translates as I see you. My name is Jaka Rutz, and I work with Accountability Lab Global as a Programs and Learnings Manager. It has been an absolute privilege to co-facilitate the OGP Youth Virtual Bootcamp. The 30 youth delegates we connected with are from all over the world, and they will share some exciting policy initiatives in the coming days. This is just another example of how multi-stakeholder working groups can bring the government and civil society organizations together to co-create policy initiatives for the implementation of open government. When we share ideas and challenges, we identify overlaps in our work, plotting the road ahead for further collective action and future collaboration. The young change makers that participated in the bootcamp reminded me that collective learning and action combines into a powerful force, able to promote transparent, participatory, inclusive, and accountable governance. It is my hope that as we see each other, we are able to see more opportunities together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, both of you, for the message. Yes, thank you for giving the big applause as well. In order to implement the open government, well, we are indeed standing at a critical juncture. And also, the youth will play a critical role in paving the way forward. So, thank you once again, all the representatives of the youth, for your passion and commitment towards the open governance. And of course, the Executive Director of Accountability Lab, Blair Glenkos, for leading the session. Moving on, we have Ms. Park Sung-min, the Secretary to the President for Youth Policy Office of the President, who spares no effort in order to expand the social participation of the youth and establish and implement a systemic youth policies, will deliver the closing remarks representing the Korean government. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Secretary Park Sung-min with a big round of applause.
Good morning and good afternoon. greetings to all of the youth leaders from Korea and abroad. I am Park Sung-min, and I'm serving as the Secretary to the President for Youth Policy. I'm very happy to be standing in front of you virtually to be able to share with you the government's policies on the youth. The youth have been involved actively in discussing our social issues and coming up with solutions. And the government has been working to create the youth-centered governance. And we've been developing various policies and programs for young people. Especially the Basic Act on the Youth was the main pillar for our legislative effort to facilitate youth participation. And by utilizing this act, we try to encourage young people to become more democratic leaders, and we're trying to protect their rights as well. In particular, we have the Youth Policy Coordination Committee. This is serving as a control tower for youth policies. The committee governs and discusses various youth policies, and they make suggestions and they set directions for youth policies in Korea. And also to expand the youth participation in the government, we're trying to implement various programs. Here, we have many policy suggestions presented from the youth delegates. As you saw on the screen, some of these young people are joining us from all over the world, and it's early morning or late at night, but I can see that their passion enabled them to participate in this process with enthusiasm. So I was here listening to all of your policy suggestions, and what struck me was increasing accessibility to public information to increase civic engagement, and there were many discussions about these, and I believe that this will provide a big insight for Korean youth policies because our direction is similar to that. And all of these policy suggestions presented by the youth delegates will provide a very meaningful message to civil society as well as the governments. This may be a short event, but I believe that this youth summit will be serving as a platform to engage youth from all over the world in these public processes. And we will continue to hear from the youth about these policies. And I am a young person myself. And as someone who's serving at the Korean government, I will continue to open my ears and listen to the voices of young people, and also to create policies that have direct impact or meaningful impact on the youth. We will make sure that there will be enough youth participation in the decision-making process. Once again, thank you very much for your suggestions.
Much Secretary Park Sung-min to the President for Youth Policy, Office of the President of Republic of Korea for the remarks. Now, representing the International Civil Society, Executive Director Aiden Iakuze of Twa Visa East Africa, and incoming OGP Steering Committee co-chair, who is working in all fronts to vitalize the open government policies, will say a few words. Please welcome Executive Director Aiden Iakuze through the screen.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. It's a real pleasure to be here with you. And I can't tell you how excited I have been for the last hour listening to the proposals, the Youth Summit. You know, I actually asked them to email me the proposals themselves. So here they are. I've been looking through them as we've been mentioning through them, your amazing policies. But let me tell you, I was fantastically inspired by the comment in Shaime Burjij's opening speech. She described young people as those of us, especially you leaders, I think 26, those of you who are crazy enough to think that you can shape democracy. Now you see, I think that's a fantastic form of craziness because you can shape democracy. And if you believe you actually can shape democracy. And she said, we must do three things: unfold your potential as a young person, uphold your values, and be bold in your ambition. And what I heard in your youth policy recommendations, youth delegation policy recommendations, are exactly those three things coming into action. So let me congratulate you for the excellent ideas. I will only touch on a couple as I try and sort of deliver 3 or 4 insights from what I've heard. The basic thing I would like for you to take away from me is this: fight for those ideas. You have great ideas, now it is time to fight for them. Number 1, don't ask for permission anymore. This is how you fight for it. Don't ask for permission, go ahead and grab the opportunity to make the changes that you have described. If Greta Thunberg had asked for permission to skip school on a Friday to start her protest, I think she would have been told no. If Nelson Law of Hong Kong had asked for permission from his parents to protest for democracy in Hong Kong, they probably would have told him no. So don't spend too much time asking for permission. Grab the opportunities that are there to actually fight for these ideas. Second point, you speak a lot about digging, about data, access to data. And I would suggest that you dig into the data that is already available. There are governments such as the government of Italy, Fabio, with Open Coesione. Have more young people dig into those portals about how the government of Italy is spending its money on COVID recovery. And there's an opportunity coming up in the coming years to make sure that you understand what is going on and make changes that you want to be changed. So dig into the data itself, get your hands dirty there. Third, take full advantage of your creativity and use culture, music, sports, etc. to drive this agenda forward. Korea is the home of the K-pop phenomenon. I know this because my 2 daughters love BTS, they love NCT, they love 17, and I also now love Korean music. So last week I was involved with Accountability Lab to speak about the anti-corruption music across Africa. In an anti-corruption music award event. So culture is very powerful. In fact, you mentioned culture in your anti-corruption proposals. And in order to change culture, you need to be able to replace negative culture with positive culture. So use music, use dance, use art and expression to drive forward the anti-corruption agenda. A couple more things, really. I would so strongly suggest that you also roll up your sleeves as young people and get stuck in, and get involved, especially at the local government level, to get practical experience in driving forward the agenda that you are putting there. Don't wait for others to do it. There's a statement here in the policy, which in recommendation 1 of your inclusive digital information, which says, create a single mobile compatible platform, and you say, we recommend creating a single platform, but who's going to do it? I think you can be the ones to do it. You have the ideas, you can present them to the authorities and convince them that you'll be able to work on this. Katie, in her remarks, said, we focus a lot on the what, but less on the who. So my recommendation, my appeal to you is that you are the who, you need to be the ones to really focus on getting it done. So congratulations, and I'll finish with this thought. The future of the OGP really is to go from mechanisms into an actual movement that promotes transparency, accountability, and defends democracy around the world. And I think there are 2 places where that future is going to happen. The first one is with you as young people. The second one is also at the local government level, where there is more scope and opportunity for you as young people to get stuck in and to experiment with and to innovate the solutions that you have proposed. So I really personally look forward to working with you, to meeting with you in person, hopefully in the coming few months and the year, and to really driving this agenda forward. And I'd like to leave you with this thought: congratulations, and keep being crazy enough to think that you can change democracy, because you can. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Though we regret that we were not able to have you in person, I think the message has been well delivered through the video. This was indeed a valuable time to listen to all the pace-setting ideas of the youth. I wish the open government vision suggested by the youth will be well received through the participants, both joining us on and offline. As we encourage you to keep our support and to listen to the voice of our future leaders, the youth, we conclude the Youth Summit. Once again, thank you everyone for your participation. And one more thing, As the anti-corruption plenary will be held at 9 p.m. Korean Standard Time, we will be looking forward to your continuous interest and participation. Thank you very much. 10 years ago, the reformers in and outside the government has launched the Open Government Partnership, a new way to make governments more transparent, participatory, inclusive, and accountable. Through the partnership, the governments and communities have together co-created the 4,500 commitments, the fights corruptions, open up the government information and budgets, and strengthen the citizens' decision-making and more. And our 10th anniversary of the Global Summit clearly demonstrates that we are bringing our community together in order to redouble our efforts to renew their democracy. To find out about our Global Summit, please visit ogpsummit.org. Well, greetings to our participants from all around the world. Welcome to the Anti-Corruption Plenary under the theme Holding Power to Account, Diverse Approaches to Anti-Corruption. My name is Shin Ji-ye, and I've been given the honor to serve you as your MC today. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today for this important discussions. The data from the OGP's first decade demonstrates that anti-corruption commitments yield high return in investment and with the high level of ambition and strong early results. But recent leaks, including the Panama and the Pandora papers, have highlighted how powerful shadow networks continue to disrupt the operation of democracy and rob the citizens of resources meant for the essential public services. Today, we will be discussing how citizens, civil societies, and journalists are working together to uncover the corruption, and how reformers in the government and the community can help to spur the new approaches and remedies, including through the OGP action plans. This plenary will also highlight the ways that multilateral fora on the anti-corruption can drive more efficient and effective policy actions at the country level. We will have a few different segments today. We'll start with a fireside chat, followed by 2 panel sessions. We encourage you, as the audience, to get involved by posting questions at the chat. You can also post online using the hashtag OGP Summit. Now, to open the plenary, I introduce to you the chairperson Jeon Hyun-hee of the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commissions of Korea through the screen.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2021 OGP Global Summit co-hosted by the Government of Korea and the OGP Secretariat. I'd like to welcome all of you. I am serving as the chairperson of the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission in Korea, an agency and a control tower that oversees anti-corruption policies in Korea. I am very happy to see all of you at the plenary session on anti-corruption. And thank you very much for joining us both online and offline. The Open Government Partnership was launched in 2011 as a global partnership with government leaders and civil society advocates. OGP has been actively promoting transparency in the public sector and public participation for anti-corruption efforts. Korea has been working hard to create a national anti-corruption system and relevant institutions together with citizens through the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission, or ACRC in short. The Anti-Corruption Policy Coordination Committee for a Fair Society, which is presided over by the President, has implemented policy responses to major social issues such as speculative real estate transactions. Also, in 2018, a 5-year anti-corruption plan was developed together with civil society as an anti-corruption roadmap for Korea. In March 2018, the Public-Private Consultative Council for Transparent Society was established that includes 37 institutions and groups from civil society, the economy, the industry, the media, and the academia. The Council discusses and suggests various anti-corruption policies.
수행하고 있습니다.
Also, ACRC has been working hard to strengthen the legal and institutional framework for anti-corruption in Korea. First of all, the Improper Solicitation and Graft Act was created to prohibit improper solicitations and the receipt of graft by government officials. The Act on the Provision of False Claims for Public Funds and Recovery of Illicit Profits is used to prevent fiscal leakage through strong punitive sanctions for false claims for public funds and full recovery. The Act on the Prevention of Conflict of Interest in Public Office was newly enacted, where 10 codes of conduct for public officials are laid out so that government officials can carry out their mandates in a fair manner. Recently, the ACRC consulted experts and citizens to develop an ethical management program to boost transparency of public and private corporations. This program has been applied first to the public corporations. If this program is operated successfully, it will lead to the private sector as well. Prevention of corruption requires transparency in the public sector, as well as close communication between the public and the private sector. The ACRC aims to facilitate reporting of corrupt practices by protecting and rewarding whistleblowers. We have been working to create legislative and administrative measures for this. We also have several channels for reporting, including online channels, so that people can easily report cases that violate public interest. We use the e-People portal, where citizens can share their ideas on important social issues and make suggestions for policies. These comments and suggestions provided by the public are combined and analyzed with big data, and the findings are shared with relevant government agencies. This is to ensure that opinions of the people are reflected in policymaking. Korea would like to share its experiences regarding anti-corruption with all of the participants of the 2021 OGP Global Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is faced with the COVID-19 pandemic, and there is a sense of crisis all over the world. To overcome this crisis, governments need to open relevant data in a transparent manner and distribute medical and health resources in a fair manner to gain trust of the people. And then based on this trust, people voluntarily participate in efforts to stop the spread of the virus. This should be the right way. I hope that the ideas and insights shared by experts and civil society representatives will help contribute to strengthening anti-corruption mechanisms around the world and creating a more transparent society for all. I also hope that we address the issues of distrust, conflict, and inequalities, and resolve our common challenges, including the pandemic, through global solidarity between governments and citizens.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
Chairperson Chun Hyun-hee for your remarks. Moving on, I am very happy to introduce to you our speakers who will be joining us for the fireside chat speakers. They will be opening the plenary with the conversation on the exposing corruption and the need for systemic reform. Gerald Ryle is the director of the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, and Khadija Ismailova is an investigative journalist focused on Azerbaijan for the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. Gerald and Khadija will be joining the conversation with Tonu Basu, the Deputy Director for Thematic Policy Areas at the OGP Support Unit. Tonu, Gerald, and Khadija, welcome to our anti-corruption plenary.
Thanks so much. And welcome, Khadija, Gerard. Thank you so much for taking the time out to speak to all of us in the open government community. We have been incredibly excited about this conversation. Now, it's been quite the year for investigative journalists. some incredible work done, but also in incredibly tough political and financial environments. We know exposing corruption is a critical step in the path to tackling corruption, along with prevention, prosecution, and all of the other policy issues we will be discussing in today's plenary. And we hope this conversation will help set the scene for these conversations ahead. Now, Gerard, let me come to you first. The Pandora Papers leak has been the biggest of its kind this year, certainly, but of all the data leaks we've seen, we've heard there have been over 11 million papers that journalist teams have sifted through to uncover what we've seen. What are some highlights from this year that you can share with us from the leak, from the impact? You know, you've been on the road, you've been in different countries. Are there specific examples from different countries that you'd like to share with us?
One of the biggest impacts here has been in the United States. And I think this is very important because people will probably still remember the Panama Papers, which we brought out in 2016. And there was a lot of criticism there saying, where are the American names? Here, what we were able to discover was, in fact, that the US has been cracking down on other countries now for many years. And in fact, this has now led to the US becoming probably the most attractive tax haven in the world, which is a bit of an irony here. I think the other things that I would point out is really the hypocrisy of many of our elected officials. We found more than 330 politicians from more than 90 countries in the documents, 35 current and former world leaders. And many of these people had actually talked about the need for transparency. They've talked against the offshore world. They've talked against secrecy in the past, and yet here they were in the documents. And I think that was probably the biggest surprise. I mean, we had lots of reaction around the world. We've had something like a dozen different inquiries in a dozen different countries being announced. We've had congressional hearings in the US, we've proposed new laws in the US already, hearings in the European Parliament and many other places. But, you know, there's a lot of talk. But I guess in the past we've seen this, and now what we have to see is some concrete action. And I know that your organization has also been pushing for that.
Thanks, Gerard. And I would like to come back to you on what some of these actions you propose we could be discussing. Khadija, for you, what are some highlights and impacts you would like to share with us?
Well, first of all, thank you for joining journalists to this discussion, because it's Pandora Papers, Panama Papers, the Laundromat investigations, it actually demonstrated how it takes a network of journalists to uncover a network of criminal governments or government representatives who are networking to hide their assets that were gained with criminal ways. So, but it also takes a network of committed governments to stop this criminal practices. So I think it's important to talk about the ways, what is important to do worldwide to stop these criminal networks. So first of all, it's like practice shows that, experience shows that corruption is contagious, and you cannot have transparency in one country, and when the rest of the world or part of the world is not transparent enough, is not practicing good governance and transparency, then you cannot be safeguarded. You cannot feel safe in your own island of transparency. So transparency should be the worldwide practice, and there should be high standards of transparency for all countries. And in this term, it's important that, especially in international forums, there should be set of requirements in order to accept, first of all, accept the membership to the international clubs. For example, the countries that are still not practicing asset declaration by government officials should not be in the same international clubs. And speaking about democracy and their achievements in transparency and democracy, they should first start doing it in their own countries. And another issue is the hypocrisy of the success stories in the governments. Before before joining this chat, I was actually reading the status report of my own country to Open Government Partnership. And I could see that my government declares like success in this field or in that field, as if there are big steps taken towards transparency and accountability. And these claims need to be thoroughly fact-checked, because some of them are actually not true, if we speak mild language here. So basically they are, I think this deception, it should not be taken as granted. So it's all the claims should be addressed and fact-checked, first of all. Then, I mean, our government officials, they do not declare their assets. Mm-hmm. Our parliament members do not declare their assets. Our registries are closed for public eyes, commercial registries. And still, this country is a member of all the anti-corruption initiatives and being praised. I'm sorry, I'm abusing the time.
No, that's fine. I wanted to sort of come back to both Gerard and you on something you said. So I think on the Azerbaijan piece, I think it's very interesting, of course, for those of our viewers and participants and attendees who've joined. Azerbaijan currently stands suspended in OGP under what's called the response policy. And you can read more about it on the OGP website. And Khadija, I think what you did mention about, I think, being fact-checked, I think is absolutely true. The OGP has something called the independent reporting mechanism, by which we evaluate what countries are doing against what they committed to. And we really hope to, again, work more closely with journalists and civil society in Azerbaijan and see how better to do this. But I think something I would like to come back to both Gerard and you on, I think both of you talked about concrete actions to tackle transnational crime. You talked about ways, of course, Khadija, you mentioned asset declaration, you mentioned transparency of company registers. What are some policy loopholes that have surfaced through some of the work that you've done, not just in the past year, but over the past few years, that you think this community, the anti-corruption community and the open government community here today, should prioritize? Maybe just one or two concrete things that everyone should double down on.
I'm happy to jump in here, Khadija, if you like. I think, look, this is all very simple, and I do think that governments could end it tomorrow. It's all down to secrecy. And I know that this is something that's also close to your hearts and close to Transparency International and other places. The only product that this offshore world sells is secrecy. If you can eliminate the secrecy, you're eliminating a lot of the potential for corruption. I'm not saying that everything that's happening in the offshore world and everything that happens in secret is wrong, but I'm saying that as long as you have secrecy, you have the potential for corruption. Governments have promised many things. I mean, Khadija's mentioned this. There's been no fact checking here. I mean, after we published our first big offshore leak story in 2013, I think David Cameron came out and said there was going to be a register of in places like Cayman Islands, British Virgin Islands, other places. It's taken years for that to happen. After we published Panama Papers, we were promised that all property transactions would be open and accountable and open for journalists to look at, which I think is very important. Because the other point I want to make here is that there's been a huge shift in the last 10 years. There's a new movement out there. Journalists are getting together and setting aside rivalry and actually working for transparency. And this is really bringing a new level of scrutiny to the world, because we have realized, as I think governments need to realize, that crime doesn't stop at borders. Once the agencies that are in a country tend to stop as soon as the crime leaves their country, and they get frustrated when they go, say, to an offshore entity or an offshore jurisdiction, and they can't find a piece of information, and then it goes to another, and eventually they just give up and go away. There has to be a global approach to this, but there's also got to be concrete action. People do a lot of talking, but I do think now we've an opportunity again as a journalist to be relentless in our reporting, coming back to these stories over and over again and showing the hypocrisy. I'll finish by saying that one of the most amusing things we found in reporting the Pandora Papers was all of the reactions to our previous stories, including clients saying, I don't want my name to come out in another Panama Papers type thing. They are scared of the transparency, and that tells you a story.
So transparency is certainly key. Khadija.
Transparency is the key, is really key, and also ending impunity is the key. So all these intergovernmental anti-corruption mechanisms that are in place should pay attention to what were the government's actions towards the uncovered facts of corruption, transnational corruption. So let's say there were a laundromat investigation, and what the government did about it, who were punished. We saw some actions in European countries, but what happened in the countries that were basically using these instruments, what happened to government officials that had been using these instruments to hide their assets? Nothing happened in the countries like mine, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, or Tajikistan, or even in Kyrgyzstan sometimes. You don't see a response to those, proper response to those investigations. So what happens after journalists uncover the story? Who is getting punished? The corrupt officials or the journalists? And what we see, the latter are paying the price more frequently than the corrupt government officials.
Thanks, Khadija. I mean, I think I do want to come back to something you just said about journalists paying the price. I mean, the Pegasus project and the results there of that we saw this year is one of the prime examples we saw of journalists paying the price. I mean, you were personally targeted under that. Can you talk a little bit about what kind of sort of protection mechanisms are needed for journalists, both in the international level as well as domestically? What role can the international community play? What kind of policies are needed at the national level?
I was denied my privacy back from 2011, right after the first Panama story I did. There was a hidden video camera placed in my bedroom, and then I've been blackmailed with the footage. So, for me, it's not a new experience. It was just amazing to see how much resources and how much efforts had been spent on me and my colleagues here. Government didn't stop anything. Our personal gadgets have been used as a spying mechanisms to watch our private life and professional life as well. So Azerbaijan is one of the biggest clients of the NSO, with the biggest users of the Pegasus spyware. Journalists, civil society activists, political activists who are in opposition, the lawyers, all of them had been targeted. And unfortunately, we have several dozens of cases now started by the lawyers, activists and journalists. They are filing lawsuits against the government because of the illegal surveillance practices, but we see no response from the government. The government is actually on denial. I mean, we don't expect them to come and say that, yes, we did put the viruses in your gadgets, but at least they could imitate an appearance of some investigation. And it didn't happen. They just say this is all lies. It's not happening. Although we do have, me personally, I do have proofs that my gadget was infected, and but no action is taking place. I mean, the government is not investigating, is not responding. So all the hope is for international courts, international judiciary system, which is a long process, and that's another issue for us, the lack of flexibility and lack of the timely response to these actions. So, so the protection of our protection from our own governments is kind of a basically not going well, basically, mildly speaking. We don't feel protected, but we have to continue what we are doing.
No, absolutely, and very brave words there, Khadija. And the surveillance issue is really critical for journalists and activists. Just yesterday, we had someone from Mexico talk about sort of response to Pegasus there that they were trying to do through their OGP plan, working with activists. Gerard, from your side, what kind of things can we see in the policy environment to make things better for journalists?
Sorry, we're finding that it's increasingly difficult to do our jobs. I mean, we found, for instance, with the Pandora Papers, just before publication, we worked with something like 150 media partners around the world on that project. And shortly before publication, 5 of them had to pull out of the project because they'd been threatened with closure. They basically were told that they would be shut down by their countries if they went ahead and published. Now, against that, we're able to publish the stories anyway because there's a certain protection in the collective. I think governments need to realize that there's something bigger happening here. The business models that have sustained investigative reporting over the years, traditionally for the last century, are now broken. The business models of journalism are broken, and we have to find new ways to capture sort of the essence, or at least the good things about journalism. I know journalism can be criticized. We're not all perfect. Not all journalism is good necessarily, but I do think that good investigative reporting, when it's done well, does need to be supported. And I do think that if the governments are going to do anything, this is something they should be thinking about doing. I know that at the Summit for Democracy recently, Joe Biden announced $30 million for a fund that would help in this. But again, we basically operate on a shoestring budget, and it's really, really difficult to do this kind of work without money. So if I was going to ask for anything, it would be one thing, which is basically support the journalists financially. Also, I mean, there are many other things too. There obviously that we can talk about for ages, like the laws need to be there to protect journalists. When we were doing Panama Papers, one of the reporters who followed up on that was murdered in a car bomb in Malta. Those things should not happen. Governments have got to take action collectively. As Khadija mentioned earlier, it's not just enough for one government to do it. I think they need to be shamed by other governments into doing these things. There needs to be a collective action.
Yeah, I think, Gerard, Khadija, both of you have talked about the need for the international community to step up and take collective action. The note on media sustainability as equal sort of policy area to take care of when thinking about corruption. Tackling corruption is certainly well taken. Just 30 seconds sort of, closing from the two of you. As we move forward in the sort of anti-corruption discussion today, what do you hope sort of form international community like the Open Government Partnership for the year ahead? How can they support this work better?
I think, I'll jump in quickly, 30 seconds. I'd say, continue with this global approach. You're on the right path. But recognize that there is a new force against corruption out there, and that is journalism. And this is a collective journalism. It's not traditional journalism the way you know it. It's not just in-country reporting. It's cross-national reporting. It's international reporting in a way that hasn't been done before. It's really sort of this, journalists helping each other do their work. Sorry, Khadija.
Thanks, Gerard. We may have lost audio. Khadija, I'm not sure if you can hear us. I don't think Khadija can hear us, unfortunately. But I think, Gerard, your point around sort of, I think both that we need to support the international network of journalists to do this work. Again, because corruption is a transnational issue, not just a national issue, is I think something both of you emphasized, and looking both at sort of issues like the tax havens that you raised right at the beginning, but also how to protect journalists, whether through whistleblower protection laws or creating better financial environment, certainly well taken. Thank you again for joining us in this discussion. You've certainly, I think, surfaced a lot of issues that we will be talking about in the next few sessions. Khadija, I don't know if you can hear us. Thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to collaborating with you next year and in the future. Thanks again.
I personally believe in the sanitary effect of sunlight. So when you're able to beam the searchlight, it becomes very difficult for corruption to continue to survive and weigh down our economy, like has happened in the past.
For Nigeria, it was an environment shrouded in strict secrecy, and the information on who owns what was an exclusive preserve of very, very few. This is information that no one was willing to discuss.
There has been a lot of improvements since then. Naiti kept pushing and pushing. President Muhammad Buhari, while attending the anti-corruption summit in London, made a commitment, first of all, to the Open Governance Partnership, and Nigeria committed to sign and did sign by July of that year, and also made a commitment to establishing an open register of a beneficial ownership of companies operating in Nigeria.
The first step we took was to ensure that there was a deadline within which Nigeria would queue into the beneficial ownership disclosure. So we published a roadmap, and that roadmap was mainstreamed into our national and country work plans, and then widely shared in terms of ownership to the companies, to the government, to the civil society. And we began to work towards meeting that deadline. And by December 2019, we became the first country to establish a beneficial ownership portal.
What has happened since then, and for the better, is the reenactment of the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020 CAMA. CAMA has made a provision that authorizes CAC now by law to establish and to collect beneficial ownership information from all companies operating in Nigeria and establish an open register so that citizens or anybody can visit the database and interrogate the data. We were able to pass the Petroleum Industry Act, the PIA, which in Section 7 of the PIA has made a very clear provision for the establishment of a beneficial ownership register for the extractive industry. So for Nigeria now, it's not just that we have to report beneficial ownership because we've made a commitment to the EIT and the OGP, but we now have to establish it because there's a law.
We began now to enlighten the media, the civil society, and multi-stakeholders on addressing the fears and concerns they had about beneficial ownership disclosure, trying to create the kind of information that enables them to have a sense that this is a win-win for everyone.
It will help us to track, reduce, and arrest corrupt practices that are undertaken either by companies or beneficial owners of companies. It helps us to have information that the citizen can see who are actually the real owners behind the companies that run businesses in Nigeria. Once people realize that information about them will be in the public domain, it acts as a major deterrent.
The mining sector came up to say, oh, between January and May this year, our revenues grew by 151%. So that began to build confidence that beneficial ownership, after all, is a win-win for all. And Naiti began to strengthen this position. When BO is fully mainstreamed into our cultural governance, there will be public trust, there will be citizens' confidence, there will be revenue growth. And revenue growth will translate into access to funding to provide roads, water, electricity.
Thank you very much, Tono, for leading the session, and also Gerald and Khadija for your insightful conversation on the roles of the journalists in fighting corruption. I also hope that you enjoyed the video highlighting the Nigeria's beneficial ownership commitment. And congratulations, Nigeria team, for winning the OGP Impact Award. And now let me introduce to you our first panel, which will focus on corruption, trust, and open government. Our moderator is Warren Kraftczyk, the Executive Director of the International Budget Partnership, as well as an OGP envoy. Warren will be having the conversation with Sarah Chase, author of the book on corruption in America and what is at stake, Mo Ibrahim, founder and chair of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, Yoo Han-bum, Executive Director of Transparency International Korea, Inessa Vojka, member of the Parliament of Latvia, and Olena Tanasevich, the chairwoman of the High Anti-Corruption Court of Ukraine. Warren, over to you to start the panel discussion.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. Welcome to this plenary discussion. Prior to that pandemic, the Edelman Barometer measured that citizen trust in government plummeted to an all-time low. Despite a trust bubble at the beginning of the pandemic, Barometer again measured that government trust fell further recently, as many governments squandered that trust in unaccountable COVID relief spending. Trust matters. These results tell us that citizens see governments as disconnected and unresponsive to their needs, or corrupt or captured by elites. As trust declines, governments lose legitimacy to lead, institutions crumble, investment is discouraged, and compliance with the law fails. The cycle of low trust and weak democracy can entrench itself over time. So how do we counter this negative spiral? OGP is built on a powerful idea. Open government is a partnership that builds trust through dialogue by governments that commit to transparency, engagement, and responsiveness, and citizens, civic actors that actively participate, monitor, and provide feedback. There have been 810 anti-corruption commitments from 91 countries over 10 years of OGP. OGP's independent reporting mechanism finds that these types of commitments are most likely to be ambitious and show strong results. But many of these commitments did not pan out as intended, and the scope of the commitments was fairly narrow. Whistleblowing and lobbying, for example, have hardly featured. So what do we know about deploying open government and anti-corruption practices to build trust? What policies and practices work, and as important, what policies and practices do not work? As the previous panelist said, it takes a network. We have 5 panelists representing key institutions in the network or accountability ecosystem. The way we'll organize this is we'll have 3 rounds of questions as followed. I'll ask each panelist an opening question drawing on the experience, and they'll have 4 minutes to respond. I'll then ask each panelist, after listening carefully to the other panelists, to highlight one powerful lesson about what works or does not work that were mentioned by another panelist. And then finally, we'll take questions from the floor or the ether for 10 minutes. So jumping right in, Sarah, let's start with you. In your work in many different countries, the US and Afghanistan, for example, you've documented how corruption contributes to the breakdown of institutions. Have you seen places where strong trust between governments and citizens can prevent this? And what made this dynamic work? Or are you more skeptical of this relationship, and why?
Thank you, Warren. And indeed, you said that a contrary view never hurts. I would like to start actually by speaking about the importance of an almost brutal, maybe, transparency in how we use words to define this problem. So what works against what? And I'd just like to say, I think breakdown of institutions may even be too mild a term. Institutions are weaponized. And as Khadija said, they're weaponized by a network. And so what we're talking about is the deliberate practices of networks that control government, but also private sector, and also out and out criminal sector elements of society. And their practices are therefore deliberate. not just a lack of will. The problem, the spiral then that we're talking about is not just lack of trust in government. I think this situation, this transnational epidemic of corruption, actually generates hate of government. And hate of government, again, it's not just a disintegration. You then get attacks of various kinds on government institutions. And just to focus ourselves on how important this whole issue is, I took a look back at the 19th century, late 19th and early 20th centuries, which is the last time, I think, in history that the world was this tightly in the grip of corrupt networks. And the result makes today's pandemic look almost like a weak replay. I mean, what it led to was 2 world wars, a pandemic, again, much more severe than this one, and a global economic meltdown, meaning 2 genocides, mass starvation in Europe, use of the nuclear bomb. If we don't address this, that's the direction that we're going. And so as for ways of getting at it, as Khadija said, we need a network and not just a network of journalists. I think any response needs to be multidimensional, and the OGP's structure takes that into account, as does the Korean experience since, the mass public demonstrations. And so that means public engagement, both oversight and in the creation of the reforms, as in Chile, for example, which today is voting on a kind of citizen-engaged constitution, and not too technical. The technocracy is also exclusive of ordinary people. Then there's the institutional side, the legal and regulatory framework, and then, as we've spoken about, carrots and sticks, meaning incentives as well as disincentives. Who gets promoted and why, as well as who does not get promoted. And those need to be, again, given the weakness or narrowness of, I think, judicial responses, let's get creative. What are some opportunities for citizen sanction if the laws are not there? And then finally, and this really goes to something Gerard was saying, what does not work is factionalizing the issue. What does not work is only noticing corruption when, it's the other party, the other ethnic group, the other gender, the other country that is the perpetrator. We will only really curb this phenomenon if we all begin by holding our own communities to account, our families, our countries, our political parties.
Thank you, Sarah. Critical views are not only welcome, but they're necessary. And as you remind us, this is a very hard moment to grow from, with hate rather than trust in government. So thank you for those comments. Mo, let's turn to you now. What qualities of strong political leadership that can contribute, what are the qualities of strong political leadership that can contribute to fighting corruption and building citizen trust? And given your experience in the private sector and in your foundation, what opportunities do you see for incentivizing more leaders to provide the political will for anti-corruption reform?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Pleased to be here. Really, of course, fighting corruption needs leadership. And our leaders must have a minimum of decency. Really to work around this. But I would like to present it as it's not just a moral duty of a leader to do it. It is a matter of interest. It's a matter of interest personally and a matter of interest to this country. Because we lose huge amount of money because of all forms of corruption. And I need to verify here a little bit. Many people think of corruption is just about bribery. In Africa, actually, most of the illicit financial flows are taking place because of business activities, mispricing and profit shifting. this issue, we lose over $107 billion every year in sub-Saharan Africa, 42 countries. Only 42 countries lose $107 billion every year. What does it mean? This amount of money is more than all of the international aid, all the debt offered to Africa. It's less than this money. So Africa acting as a creditor to the world, this is ridiculous. And these numbers, you just need to know these numbers and what is going on there. This money lost every year means what? Means we have 600 million people without electricity in Africa. Imagine in the 21st century living without electricity. It's not just a social, it means no jobs, no industry, no business, no internet, no phone. It is terrible. We mean a much needed funds for education and health does not exist. It means more young people are unhappy. It means destabilization of societies. So fighting corruption in all its forms, and I must say that, because it's not only political leaders, it's also business leaders. We need to understand that. We need to focus on the role of business on corruption, which people don't talk about it. People need to know for every political official who is corrupt in Africa, there are a dozen corrupt business people who are honored and respected worldwide and get knighted or whatever. This is utter hypocrisy. So we really need to address this issue in its all aspects. Our data, we publish the data on African governance, shows clearly the link between or the correlation between anti-corruption, transparency, and economic growth. It is over 0.9. It is such a strong correlation. So it's in the interest of our leaders, if they want to be re-elected, it's really to clean this country, because how the country can get more prosperous. I think this is something really we should really emphasize. And fighting corruption of Africa means fighting corruption in Europe and the United States, because this is a major issue, major problem for us. Wonderful for Nigeria to win the prize, but I would like to see today when US and UK and Europe win the prize for opening the register. That will be the real day, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mo. Again, you're emphasizing the global nature of the corruption of the problem and how we all have a stake in fixing this. Moving on to Johan Bium. Can you highlight some specific successful reforms targeting open government, trust and corruption that have been developed or discussed in OGP dialogues in Korea? What have we learned, Johan Bium, about the role of civil society in advancing successful and unsuccessful reforms? What is the limits to civil society's role as well? Over to you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I don't know if Korea's case can necessarily be called a successful case for the OGP platform, but I can say that Korea's experience with OGP, although it was not long, is something that I would like to remark on. In Korea, we began the OGP journey in 2017, the Open Government Forum that was held in 2017 with about 11 different civil society organizations and several other local governments across Korea to talk about openness, democracy, transparency. There was a public-private governance for integrity society. And in this forum, we worked together for several years. And on that regard, we tried to come up with a fifth open government strategy for the government. It was a policy proposal on that. And we looked at 14 different priority policy goals under 3 different frameworks. First on civic space and civic participation, anti-corruption, and the third is on inclusive digital innovation. And
Coincidentally, these three thematic areas are also similar to what we are discussing here today in this OGP Global Summit. And under these, we also looked at 14 different priority public policy areas. And of these, 5 have to do with anti-corruption. And with these 5 different projects, if I were to elaborate on them further, basically our direction is to try to go to a more trust society, to try to have more trust building between civil society and government, and try to have institutionalization to build more trust. We have a common vision under this, so that for public organizations and public institutions to try to do public procurement, then we try to provide open data and also provide help to whistleblowers, and also use big data to try to collect the opinions of citizens to try to make sure which of the areas within public services is unfair or unequal, so that we can identify areas for improvement. The government and civil society will work together to try to create a more integrity society. And fifthly, to try to create a growth base for civic society. These were the 5 areas that are relevant to anti-corruption within the 14 different policy areas that we have identified. I don't know if you've heard of the Korean movie Parasite or the Netflix show Squid Game. In Korea, I think you've seen through these different content that we've seen rapid economic growth and democratic development. However, with other countries, this has led to huge inequality and unfairness and gap between the haves and have-nots. Even in the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, we are trying to be very fast in our evolutions, but there is inaccessibility for some marginalized classes to digital technologies and less capacity, and this could lead to fears of wider growing inequality. Korea's civil society is trying to work on many different areas. However, fundamentally, I think that we have to really work on eradicating this inequality and this unfairness that is in our society, so that we can become a more transparent and more trustful society. And I think that this is the single most important objective for civil society in Korea. And so, the OGP visions and strategies that Korea has promulgated through OGP, I think that civil society should work very hard together on this, so that we can try to build more trust. And I believe that civil society has a huge role to play in that regard. That is what we members of the civil society in Korea think. In Korea, the history of civil society working together with the government is not that long, in fact. In this OGP process, some of these civil society policy proposals have not been completely integrated into the government's agenda, but at least the government and the civil society are now willing to work together. And I think that this is very meaningful in the context of Korean society. Korea's civil society will work very closely together with the government to try to build on different policies, especially with anti-corruption, to try to create an integrity society. There is the public-private governance for integrity society that I mentioned, and within the OGP Civil Society Forum, we are also making our voices heard. But we are also very independent, obviously. So if there is something that is at issue with the government, we are very vocal in our criticism. So within Korean society, civil society is working very hard for the interests, for the public interest, but we're also working as watchdogs, monitoring the activities of the government. So we are working on this on a 2-track kind of idea. So cooperating with the government, but also monitoring the government. And I think that our accountability in Korean society has also gone up, so that civil society also has to work internally to build our own level of transparency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yoo Han-byum. So what I get from you is, be careful how you define or claim success, but aim high at a common vision for society around anti-corruption and around trust. That's a good message. Moving now to Inesi. Inesi, what role do parliaments play in combating corruption? And how are specific reform initiatives, such as the current work on lobbying regulations, contributed to strengthening citizen government trust in Latvia? Or perhaps how have they not contributed to citizen government trust in Latvia? The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I think that the parliaments are hugely important in conducting anti-corruption reforms and reducing corruption in quite a few ways. They are adopting reforms and laws or killing them, and often through some gentle amendments so that the reforms become toothless. And parliaments also are so key to appointing other independent officials in a democratic government. And then these key officials become, the rulers and building the integrity of the country, like the prosecutor general, the head of anti-corruption bureau, of course, all the judges. And that we were fighting for when I was part of civil society for over the 2 decades, and that we also take very seriously now when I am in the parliament. Of course, parliament has this good opportunity of having the oversight role and in seeing what is happening in instigating reforms and lead by example. I don't know if that are many parliaments in the world, but that part actually I like very much in being in politics, that I can exercise in my own right this ever mentioned and ever evading phenomena of political will, and being an example of how we want to work. And this is how we have approached the work on the, as we say, last remaining missing anti-corruption pillar in Latvia, the law on lobbying transparency. We have built the architecture of many other laws over the decades. And in my work as a politician, I base my work on 3 pillars: on partnerships, on transparency of processes and communication, and integrity of promises and actions. And this is how we have been also approaching building the lobbying law, working together with civil society, with businesses, with political colleagues. And lobbying overall is seen largely as corruption by people in Latvia. And that has been one of the big hurdles over the time when we have not been able to create a decent law. So this time when we started the law, we wanted to solve the battle between NGOs and businesses, where NGOs said, you business are the bad lobbyists, we are the nice advocates. So we upgraded everyone to advocates. And we said, we will have this law on advocacy transparency, on transparency of interest. And we want more of it. And we want everyone to participate. And we want everyone to feel safe and know how to do it. We base our work on transparency of actions of public officials, of the meetings, of the procedures of the law, and of course also on the transparency of who the lobbyists are. Will this, what we do, change how people trust the parliament? I come from the country where the trust is so low, lowest among Eastern European Union countries. But I know that we need to take every step of the time, and we need to see how this law, for example, is adopted and implemented. And then that will eventually contribute to the overall trust, because people, my favorite answer by understanding if that really, trust is working and people see their role is the question of Transparency International Barometer. Do you trust that ordinary people can do something about corruption? And so many countries, including Latvia, more than half of the people say no. So we need to create the trust and not fear for the people to be participating in these procedures. And this is what—
Thank you, Ines. Thank you very much, Ines. Sorry to cut you off. I loved your comment at the beginning, which I'll paraphrase as killing me softly with your amendments. I thought that was really good. Olena, turning to you now. What led to the establishment of the High Anti-Corruption Court in Ukraine, of which you are the chair? And how do you see the court's role in building trust in your country? And what's the limitations to the court's role?
Thank you so much. Actually, we know and see how corruption undermines foundations of transparent and accountable governance and poses threat to economic development of countries. So I would like to briefly talk about Ukrainians' experience in this regard, focusing on the work of the Anti-Corruption Court in Ukraine. Answering the first question, what led to the establishment of the Anti-Corruption Court in Ukraine, I should admit that this path was bloody for Ukraine. It started in 2014 with the Revolution of Dignity. This was a good example of how through protests people came together and bringing out a spirit of solidarity demanding justice and better respect for Ukrainians. This was a clear message to the government to undertake tangible reforms directed to improving the quality of life in the country. Exactly these demands became a precursor for starting an anti-corruption movement to push for a comprehensive institutional reform that included the creation of new anti-corruption bodies. This reform-oriented vision was supported and encouraged by the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, European Union, as well as the governments of the United States and G7 member states. As a result of using this momentum for the reform, 5 new institutions were created: National Anti-Corruption Bureau, tasked with investigation of corruption-related offenses, Special Anti-Corruption Prosecutor Office for prosecution of these crimes, National Agency on Anti-Corruption, tasked with policy coordination and corruption prevention, Asset Recovery and Management Agency, and at last, the High Anti-Corruption Court. So the main objective behind the court's creation has been fighting corruption through adjudicating corruption-related cases. We are a specialized court within the Ukrainian judiciary, considering cases mostly investigated by the National Anti-Corruption Bureau and prosecuted by the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office. Briefly, I would like to go through the main benchmarks in court's creation. The law on anti-corruption court was adopted on June 2018 with the Venice Commission welcoming its approval. This was followed by the selection of 38 judges by a novel mechanism, including the Public Council of International Experts. This council had a full access to candidates' dossiers with the right to pose questions and inquire into details. As once a judge candidate, I can say that selection process was really stressful, but transparent and fair. Finally, judges were appointed by the President of Ukraine only in April 2019. So court started its activity in September 2019. And during all this time, court received more than 350 criminal cases with indictments to adjudicate them in essence. And we have obtained more than 22,000 different motion applications and other claims at the pretrial stage. This leads me to your second question regarding how do we see the anti-corruption court working to build trust in Ukraine. I should admit that we've got not only a lack of trust in Ukraine, we've got a trust crisis in Ukraine to all state bodies. But we try, at least at the level of court, be very transparent. We try to broadcast hearings on YouTube channel. We are always welcoming everyone to be present when we are hearing the cases. We try to inform the society, and we all give declarations each and every year about our assets. So I see that I do not have more time, but I can speak about my job endlessly, so I will stop now.
Thank you very much, Olena, and thank you very much for your commitment. For the second round of questions, we want to try something a little bit different. I'm going to ask each of the panelists if they could reflect on the contributions of the other panelists. What was one or maximum 2 things that was said by one of the panelists that really jumped out at you, that resonated with you, or that you disagree with vehemently? Could you help bringing out some of those aspects of the discussion? And we'll go in the same order. So Sarah, if you don't mind starting.
You want to reduce me to one thing? Ha.
I'm beginning to learn that's impossible, but can you start with one or two?
Indeed, yeah. So like you, I was very struck by Inesa's point about making laws toothless. And it can be by amendment, it can be by failing to write the enabling rules without which a law can't be applied. I think there's a tendency to understand corruption as the writing or voting on laws. And we underestimate the degree to which not voting on laws, not bringing them up for a vote, not making it possible to apply them plays a role in this. And the same thing goes for guidance that is provided to executive branch officials. You know, you can aim a whole justice ministry at a certain kind of crime and just leave corporate crime and corruption, you know, at the bottom of the pile. Also, of course, Mo's point about businesses. If we're talking integrated networks here, the government and business partners are equally important, as are out-and-out criminals who can do things that government and business members can't. I'd like to just reflect or have us reflect on the word dignity. Again, we need to understand that corruption does not just rob people of money, it robs them of their dignity. And that may be the most, I want to say, kind of violent effect. And then finally, Olena's mention of the international experts that participated in the selection process of judges in the High Anti-Corruption Court. I think there are a number of examples where international and local partnerships have made for very strong anti-corruption institutions, such as the CICIG in Guatemala.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Let me turn to you now, Mo. What struck you from the comments of your fellow panelists?
Forgive me, Warren. I found it very difficult to limit myself to focus on just one. Maybe it is more helpful if I suggest really few things we need to do. Really, if we are serious, the problem is we are not serious. Really, this is a problem. Governments are not serious. That's a problem. Few simple things we need to do. Yeah. One, really, this open register of beneficial ownership is important because this is a getaway car for corruption. And Nigeria, well, I mean, it's wonderful. They did what they did, but there is not a single Nigerian corrupt politician who keeps his money in Nigeria. Those guys keep their money in US, in UK, in some island or whatever. This is the destinations we need open register there. That's something we really need to fight for. It's very important. As one of your panelists said, transparency helps a lot here when we have the searchlight on this. But tax reform is important. This were billions and billions lost for everybody. And look at the cynicism. I mean, we have been arguing about the fact that nobody pays tax in Africa for years, nobody doing anything. Then the big tech started to do their profit shifting and whatever funny stuff, acrobatic things in Europe, and the British got upset and the French got upset. Now we have OECD doing this base erosion, and thank you very much, it's helpful. It's too late, but we need to sort this one out. That is really important. Business is agile, it draws circles. The governments are too slow to react. We really need to step our act there to step the corporate governance is important. We always talk about political governance. Corporate governance is important. Boards and executives need to be criminally liable for corruption. They don't pass the buck under business expenses or this guy in that country did. They should be really responsible. We had to focus on that.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Finally, stolen assets recovery. Yeah. Okay, I can speak till morning about this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's come to you now. What have you learned from the comments of other panelists? Were you able to hear that question?
예, 저는 처음
Yes, well, I would like to say that the first panelist who spoke said that institutions have become weaponized and that there is so much hate for the government. I think that really struck out to me. And I think that was some meaningful words that were said. But I think that at least in Korea, institutions still have a lot of power and they're very strong. So I think that we still can lean on many of these institutions. And I want to say that early this year, there is a public corporation, a state-owned enterprise that looks at land and housing. There's a land and housing corporation where there was an issue where this one employee who worked at this land and housing corporation used insider information to do trading of sales of property and real estate. And he actually made a lot of money. And this made a lot of citizens angry, obviously, and civil society organizations have continued to ask for the legislation of an act on the conflict of interest, act on the prevention of conflict of interest. So for this, the government has been responding to this. This act on the prevention of conflicts of interest has been at the works for a very long time, but it has never been passed. But because of this one employee's misdoing, this bill has been put on the table and it's now almost near the stage of legislation because of this one employee who used insider information to engage in speculative activity of real estate and property. So hopefully going forward, we can make sure that we can eradicate this kind of behavior altogether. So I think that this also speaks to the fact that institutions can be powerful when we wield it correctly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yu. Turning now to Ines. Could you try and answer the same question? What stood out for you?
Several things. First, the private sector and their responsibility and their engagement in corruption mentioned by Mo Ibrahim, I think is important to highlight here. And there is a middle between the private sector and the government. There are government-owned enterprises, which are the biggest breeders of corruption. The government these days is not so much to steal from, but the companies owned by the government, where you can have the proxies, you can have the whole playbook of fake consultants, you name it, of course, all kinds of contracts, etc. So I think that is important. Then, the other aspect has been, when I listen to the Ukrainian example, and I have been working in Ukraine myself, and all the Ukrainian reforms and everything happening there is very dear. And Ukraine is even a bigger champion of anti-corruption reforms than Latvia is. The more corruption, the more colorful the reforms. And the more you need the transparency, the way there's this register of assets, including the relatives of everyone in Ukraine, is amazing, of 1 million people declaring it. Does it increase trust? Not immediately. Transparency by itself does not increase the trust, but because the trust is so low, people see this corruption to their neck. This is the only way how a government that wants to signal that we want to do the change can operate these days. But you also need the action. Please do courts in Ukraine, take the work, do your work, not the anti-corruption work, but just the work that it is entitled to you, and do it with integrity. And that combination of transparency and the role is important for all the government institutions to work on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ines. And finally, Olena, do you have some reflections on your other panelists' comments?
Thank you. Actually, I had pleasure to listen to the previous panel, and I will try to combine my attitude now about two panels. What is the most important thing that I would like to highlight? And I can see that from our cases, for example, the very important thing is international cooperation. Corruption money, they are never left inside the country. They begin to travel all over the world. And what is very important, to organize the system of financial monitoring inside the country and have an opportunity to obtain needed information from international partners. That is the first moment. The second one, I would like to admit the role of international experts and say several words about their job. Their job was very transparent. It is obvious for Ukrainian citizens that international partners are not interested in anything in Ukraine for themselves. They are transparent and they are free, absolutely free. So all this competition was broadcasted. You could watch each and every moment of this competition. But nevertheless, now we can see that e-declaration and transparent court is a very important in complex of all these parts in Ukraine. Live such a life, believe me, when you're open to everyone and everyone can check everything about you, but it makes a very high level of trust, and we work about it each and every day. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, Yelena. I loved your last comment on the contradictions or the difficulties of being a public person and the necessity for openness. We've allowed the comments to go on for a bit, so we've just got one question from the floor, and it's addressed to you, Ines, if you don't mind. If you don't mind being brief, please. But the question is, you were elected to Latvia's parliament after you had a long career in civil society at Transparency International. How did your perspective as a civil society activist affect your approach now working in parliament, especially in relation to building public trust? Huge question, brief answer, please.
I take all of this work as roles, so I understand that everyone immediately thinks that I am corrupt because everyone in politics is corrupt. I do take seriously my cooperation with civil society, and I see that we have far way to go with my colleagues in the parliament, trusting the knowledge and devotion of civil society that they can be the partners. And with coalition governments like we have, it is, very often we see that there's no time to consult the outside partners. And that is something I definitely want to change. And that is because the NGOs are our closest partners who understand our work. Part of calling the parliament corrupt is not understanding what we really do, but NGOs do understand. So we need to listen to them and we need to have the dialogue so we better understand and can work for better solutions instead of fighting with each other.
Thank you very much, Ines, and thank you to all the panelists for a really wonderful discussion. It's going to be challenging to round this up, but I'll just say that what I learned is to be very real about this moment. And I think it's a comment made by many people. There's no easy fix here, but aim high. Public trust and dignity are huge goals for societies to achieve. And we should keep our aims focused at that level. And in terms of strategies, there are many strategies. The two that came through are around international cooperation and working as an ecosystem that prevents a balloon from being squeezed in one place and the problem shifting just to another place. And then the final comment, which I think came from Ines, was transparency is essential. You cannot do this without transparency, but it's also not enough. We have to link transparency with action. You have to link data with organizing. It's that connection that brings out the magic in open government. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Warren, and all the panelists for an insightful conversation. I now have the pleasure of introducing our second panel focusing on the linking multilateral engagement to the country action. Our moderator is Robin Hodes, the strategy lead for the B team, as well as a former steering committee member of the OGP. And for this panel, Robin will be having the conversation with Delia Pereira Rubio, the chair of Transparency International and the former OGP Steering Committee member. Tim Robinson, Chief Compliance Officer for BHP, a multilateral mining, metals, and petroleum company. And Giuseppe Busia, the president of Italy's National Anti-Corruption Authority. Robin, I'll turn it to you to start the conversation.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to the previous panel, the excellent speakers we've had so far today, the government of the Republic of Korea, and of course, the Open Government Partnership. Warren and his panelists set us up to talk about action in the wake of a conversation around trust. And really what it ended up being was a lot of discussion around breakdown in trust, breakdown in social contract, breakdown in how our societies are working, but also the roles and responsibilities of many actors in building trust. So I wanted to reflect on some of the ingredients of trust building, because we were asked to talk about multilateral fora and both how they can create norms and standards and action at global level, but also how they can be an experimental ground for scaling things that are happening locally, nationally, and allow for sharing of good practice, such as on anti-corruption. So I think it's really important for us to look at the battering that's happened to multilateralism. We've had about 100 years of modern institution building around multilateral institutions, political, economic, cultural institutions, cooperation on issues from trade and taxes, security, and now climate change. And all the while that this has been happening, we've had increasing mobility and technology and a huge growth in obviously the global economy. So this system is under strain, and it was under particular strain, let's say the last half decade or so. And I think we've come out of that with some optimism around it again. And why is that? Well, I think going it alone doesn't seem viable for the complexity of the system that we're in, for the global externalities that exist in our world, and for the good of the global commons. And it's certainly going it alone doesn't seem to be viable for fighting corruption. We just heard from panelists about money flows and the fact that corruption is an international system. So why is that relevant for our efforts here today to talk about reinvigorating democracy and stopping corruption? Well, that's because some of the key systems, the ecosystem that we've built around anti-corruption are set in international multilateral settings. We've got a lot of work in the sort of most important multilateral setting, that's the United Nations. We have the SDGs, Goal 16, we have the cross-cutting aspect of corruption. We have UNCAC, the UN Convention Against Corruption. We have the OECD and its deep work on integrity and tax, the G20, the G7, and of course we have the Open Government Partnership, now celebrating 10 years. So with all these fora working together, but being under stress, we have to think about a little bit, what are the actors and how can we think about the protagonists that can make for change and use these fora for good and for the kind of scaling and sharing and connecting the dots, because obviously we don't want the important efforts that are being made in multilateral fora to be only brought out once or inconsistent or incoherent across the fora. And so I think what we want to talk about alongside multilateral fora is multi-stakeholderism. And we just saw some inputs from the last panel on the important role of civil society and parliaments and the courts and business. And I think we need to think about the diverse voices that we need to raise inside these multilateral fora. We need to create bridges with all these voices, bridges to understanding, not roadblocks that lead to the othering and exclusion. Because many, many times when we're talking about the same thing, we're using different language and we're not communicating with different communities. So it's really important, I think, that we figure out how to engage voices in multilateral fora, which are obviously and normally dominated by governments, and to think about how we can bring in next generation views, private sector citizens into this decision making. So with the reach and the replicability and the opportunity of multilateral fora and the energy and consensus building that we can get from multiple stakeholders, we can move and we can act. And that's what we're going to reflect on right now. And here I'm joined to reflect on multilateral and multi-stakeholder efforts by Delia Ferreira-Rubio, by Tim Robinson, and by Giuseppe Brucia. I want to have a conversation with them that will link these issues. We'll speak for the next 20 minutes or so, and then we'll be able to open up to your questions. So first I'm going to turn to Delia Ferreira-Rubio. Delia, thinking about multilateral and multi-stakeholder settings, what specific anti-corruption work do you see as the biggest opportunity area for translating multilateral engagement into action?
Hello, Robin. A pleasure to be with you. Congratulations to OGP in the 10th anniversary. And before going to particular areas, I would like to highlight some things. Number one, after more than 30 years, we have both at the multilateral, international, and sectorial fora managed to create some legal infrastructure, standard infrastructure in the fight against corruption. And at the national level, we have been able to create or pass legislation, create agencies, etc. That is important, but that is not enough. Rules are not the main response against corruption. We need to move forward. And the second thing that we have to take into account is that corruption is not an static phenomenon. It is a changing phenomenon. Now we have transnational corruption as well as the traditional petty corruption or bribery. We have also a more digitalized corruption and a sophisticated corruption full of networks of powerful actors that previously were not in this business, I would say, like organized crime, for instance. And these changes in corruption means that we have to change our approaches, both at the national, international, and of course, local level. Second thing I want to highlight, when we talk about corruption, we are talking about human rights. We need people-centered responses against corruption. Ordinary citizens are the victims of corruption always, in bribery, in petty corruption, and also in these grand corruption schemes. According to the CPI, more than 5 billion people in the world live in context of corruption, and corruption deprives them of their rights, their freedoms, their future, their access to good services, and we have seen it with COVID. So this is time for not only standard setting or prioritizing or wonderful declarations, politically correct declarations against corruption and ambitious commitments. This is time for implementation and enforcement. And many of the standards and priority and commitments that countries produce in this multilateral fora cannot be delivered really without national and local implementation and enforcement. Enforcement to avoid impunity, which is central. If we do not avoid impunity, we will keep on having corruption around the world. Main areas where I should recommend to focus now. Number one, the defense and protection of the civic space. Nothing against corruption can be done if we do not protect freedom of expression, freedom of opinion, media freedom, protection of investigative journalists, and whistleblowing. Without that, we cannot go further in really delivering in the fight for transparency, inclusiveness, participation, and accountability. Second area, open data and open contracting and open budgeting and really guaranteeing access to information. Third, beneficial ownership transparency. I will not go into that. We have been talking about that. Fourth, guaranteeing independence of control mechanisms and particularly the judiciary. Without independence in those mechanisms, it is impossible to really enforce rules and sanction those involved in corruption. And five, the need to have transparency and integrity also guarantee in these new decision-making tools produced by artificial intelligence. Putting the machine in between us is not enough to guarantee transparency. We have to guarantee algorithmic transparency and accountability also. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Delia, for reflecting on how we connect the dot vertically from the global fora into the national and local implementation and enforcement. And I think in particular to highlighting the fact that no anti-corruption reform will work unless civic rights and freedoms are protected. We're now going to turn to Tim Robinson. Tim, you're working at BHP, and BHP's shown leadership on this issue that many of us have talked about corporate transparency, beneficial ownership transparency. What opportunities do you see for the private sector to be involved in multi-stakeholder and multilateral organizations and institutions?
Well, thanks first of all for the opportunity to participate in this discussion. It's fantastic to be among such wonderful panelists. And look, I think there is a tremendous opportunity for the private sector to engage in multilateral initiatives. And I agree with Mo and others on the earlier panel that the private sector really does have an essential role to play in this challenge. The private sector is often in a position, I think, to help drive decisive global action, and it can really use its voice and its leverage to drive effective reform when and where it counts. And I think recent actions and initiatives that we've seen in the resources sector are a good example. So as you've said, BHP, we're a leading global resources company, and our purpose is to bring people and resources together to build a better world. And we can see now that fighting corruption, particularly at this moment and in our industry, has really never been more important in order to fulfill that purpose. And that's partly because we can see that increasing commitments to climate action are going to accelerate electrification of transport and lead to increases in demands for commodities like copper and nickel. But many of the major undeveloped deposits in those commodities are located in countries with well-recognised challenges with corruption. So for those resources to be developed to truly build a better world for the host communities, and importantly for those communities to trust and support the development, corruption has to be tackled. And I think the private sector can see that, and we know that now's the time for action on that. And so I think there's three examples I'd like to share really of private sector participation, particularly in the resources industry. First, as you've mentioned, we've strongly supported beneficial ownership transparency, and we co-hosted a forum earlier this year with the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative on the adoption of public beneficial ownership registers. And as part of that, we joined with 5 other peers major peers in the industry to make a public statement on ultimate beneficial ownership transparency, agreeing and committing to promote it, agreeing to disclose our own beneficial ownership, and agreeing to use beneficial ownership data in our due diligence processes. And it is such an important initiative. As Mo said, it's about removing the getaway car for grand corruption in this scenario. We've also supported multilateral initiatives such as the Bribery Prevention Network in Australia, which is a public-private partnership with civil society, industry and government, which has really put together an online portal of resources to help small and medium companies implement compliance programs and fight corruption. And third, with a large part of the industry, we've supported the recent Transparency of Minerals position statement by the International Council on Minerals and Metals, the ICMM, which was just published last week, which commits all ICM members to disclose all mineral development contracts entered into from 1 January this year. So it's representing around about a third of the industry committing to disclose contracts. So I think there are many opportunities like this.
Thanks so much, Tim. And what about why should companies want to get involved in this? What's in it for the broader private sector?
Well, I think first and foremost, in addition to the benefits in terms of ensuring that we win and retain the trust of host communities, these measures should really provide real benefits to companies who are committed to operating ethically and never engaging in corruption, because they should prevent corruption. They should level the playing field, and they should enable us to compete for resources in our industry based on the value that we can offer host communities rather than any corrupt benefits. So really, as measures to level the playing field, that's the most important benefit, I think, for companies that are like us, committed to operating ethically. Second, all these multilateral commitments that I've referred to, the EITI, the commitments on UBO transparency and contract transparency, they send a signal, I would hope, throughout the whole industry that the big end of the industry won't tolerate corruption, and that we need smaller exploration companies to be developing prospects, knowing that their investment won't be forthcoming unless the prospects are developed in an ethical way. And thirdly, these transparency measures make it easier for us to do due diligence. We put a lot of resources into our due diligence. Smaller companies don't have as many resources, and the more data that's out there on ultimate beneficial ownership, for example, the easier for everyone to do due diligence and avoid corruption.
All strong cases. And I think hearkening back to the last segment of the panel, when we heard about trust being low in government, trust has also fallen for business, although we do hear that folks expect a lot more from company leaders and leadership. And I think here what we can see is if a company is willing to connect dots between ownership transparency, contract transparency, tax transparency, they can show action ahead of where legal reform is, and actually show there's a way to earn profit and do the right thing. Thank you. Giuseppe Busia, welcome. I would want you to be able to talk to us today about Italy and the G20, and to see how the G20, where you were the president in the last year, helped you strengthen your own domestic anti-corruption agenda.
Thank you. We can remember that the final declaration of the G20 leader reaffirmed the central role of the fight against corruption. And there are some documents that were very important that were approved, and there were 3 sets of high-level principles and a compendium. And they tried to create, to envisage a sophisticated form to how to fight against the more sophisticated form of corruption and guarantee integrity, especially in this moment of procurement during the emergency. But I would like to highlight in particular about the compendium on measurement of corruption that presents some innovative, reliable technique to detect and measure corruption. And this is a real important instrument, a concrete instrument to influence also a domestic level, the way where and in which operate the institution, because help to have indicator not based merely on the perspective. And that helps to better calibrate the system of prevention and the system of prevention. And what can I would like to say that this will help us both at European level and the international level to improve our commitment. And I think that all the Italian institutions will be more open to participate to the global fora and cooperation initiatives, such as Open Government Party. And I'm sure that after that, the Italian institution will continue to confirm the country leadership in promoting participation and spreading good practice to foster integrity, transparency, and reaffirm another time the importance of these values for the health of our democracy.
Thank you so much. I think we also wanted to ask you a bit about how a forum and initiative such as Open Government Partnership has allowed you to promote a program such as National Recovery and Resilience Plan. So how were you able to connect between an important national program and an initiative such as OGP?
We are embraced a multi-stakeholder approach in design our 5th OGP National Action Plan. Of course, having in mind the crucial phase of the National Recovery Fund implementation, and all institutional and non-institutional actors involved in this co-creation process converge on the need to adopt a systemic approach to grant transparency to the whole process of spending, from the decision to the execution. And we are preparing a plan that will cover all the main area of OGP, but I, again, want to stress the importance of transparency of public procurement. We as ANAC, as the independent authority, anti-corruption authority, consider it a way to enhance the stakeholders' engagement in the governance of the recovery plan. And for this reason, we are improving our open data portal with the publication of all the information contained in our national database of public contracts. They contain all the data of all the contracts, of all the public contracts in Italy, and we are putting it in open contracting standard to facilitate the participation, the engagement of civil society organization in a shared approach. Because data doesn't exist if there is no communities and stakeholders using it, trying to find there more knowledge. And for this reason, we will keep on investing in stakeholder participation, investing in technology, more than that, helping people, helping all the civil society organization to use the data, to elaborate this data, to try to find their new way of participation.
Thank you very much. So Delia, I think we heard there an example of open contracting and also thinking carefully about use of open contracting data. So we want to congratulate the Italian government on that and encourage that as a important part of that kind of an initiative. We've got a little bit of time for some questions. And so we have one that's come from the audience that I'll pose to all of you. So feel free to jump in. And it asks, what concrete measures can political leaders take to facilitate better cross-sector collaboration? So we want to work together on anti-corruption, but what can leadership do to facilitate better cross-sector collaboration on anti-corruption norms and commitments?
I would say, if I may, that they have to be serious in their commitment and their invitations. And unfortunately, not all countries and governments go the same way. So if you invite civil society and business sector to participate in dialogue, to co-create plans or to co-create policies or to just listen to what objections civil society or experts have on pieces of bills that are being discussed in Parliament, they have to take care to take that into account. And if they are not going to go the way that civil society or experts propose, they have to justify why not. They have to answer to what the stakeholders are asking or saying. It cannot be just a one-way dialogue. It must be a real dialogue.
Thanks, Delia. Tim, do you have thoughts?
Look, I think I agree with everything that Delia said, and also I think that we do see a great model for dialogue through initiatives such as the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, where there's a structured multi-stakeholder dialogue, which itself is transparent and holds everyone in the dialogue to account to try to produce an outcome. So I think for our sector, certainly, moving through the EITI process and adoption of that is certainly a major step forward for any political leaders in wanting to improve the conditions in our sector.
Thanks, Tim. Giuseppe?
Yes, I agree what has been said, and I may add that what we have to ask to the government and to the leadership is to offer concrete tools, concrete instruments, maybe technological tool to offer transparency and to promote dialogue. This is a key instrument because if the people, the citizen, has this concrete instrument, like the one that I said, the National Database of Public Contract, they come to participation, come to the dialogue, and grow the spirit of democracy.
Okay, thanks for that. I have another question that's come through on the topic of G20 and other multilateral initiatives. How do our panelists suggest that key anti-corruption issues, such as procurement or corporate transparency, beneficial ownership transparency, be better connected across the different multilateral efforts? Are there specific ideas? How do we connect the dots? Delia.
I think they are really connected. If you go through the G7, G20, COP, COSP, etc., commitments, you will see more or less the same commitments, including the Lima Declaration Against Corruption of 2018. What we need is to transform these commitments, which are repeated, into action. I was saying in an OGP meeting the past week, what we need is now action, implementation, and reporting. And I think this last point, the reporting, is crucial. We are really fed up with commitments at these multilateral sectorial meetings. We need to track the commitments. We need to monitor that. Civil society is doing that. OGP is doing that through the IRM. The London Summit commitments were tracked by TI UK. TI, as a global movement, is tracking the commitments made by governments in the anti-corruption different sets of conferences. But we need also participants in these multilateral meetings to exert some peer pressure, to use the language of OECD, and to create some kind of, I think it was Sarah who says, create requirements to go into these international clubs of the good guys. It's not enough to go and say, my country is doing wonderfully well without fact-checking and without taking care that laggards should be named at least by peer governments and ask for international accountability of these commitments.
Thanks, Delia. I just want to give Giuseppe and Tim an opportunity to come in if they'd like to on this issue.
Just to agree with Delia again, I think in terms of the most productive thing is action at this point, and taking an issue like ultimate beneficial ownership transparency. I think we can see that there is support in the private sector for it. There are commitments being made, particularly in our industry, and I suspect support from other sectors as well. The private sector, in many ways, is ready to assist in the task of creating open beneficial ownership registers. And is basically stands ready to assist governments in doing that.
Yeah, I most agree what has been said, and I really think that we have to show that the institution has not to be let alone in deciding, and they have to open and to create a concrete instrument to open the decision and also create a specific public debate in the choices, regarding the choices, the most important choices, especially in this period of emergency, of big investment, to consider all the opinions that come from the society and to have the obligation of the government to dialogue, to be open, to answer to the question that come from the people.
Thanks, Giuseppe. I think it's important to end on the note of a government saying that citizen dialogue is welcome. Delia highlighted as well the fact that we need accountability about commitments. We heard during the session a couple of reinforcing messages that rules are not enough. You can't fix what you can't measure. So we need good metrics and data. It's always a challenge in this space. But I think above all, we heard about the importance of action, whether it's government action and connecting the important dots that are there between commitments and over time, and also for business action and business leadership in a moment when the world is looking to leaders not only in government, but in other areas as well to demonstrate the power of what they can do for change. So I'd like to thank the three of you and look forward to the next section.
Hello everyone, I'm Alexei Sobolev, CEO of the state enterprise Prozoro.Seoul. It was a pleasure to read all about the nominees for the award and to fall in love with each of the projects. And I really do hope that one day after this pandemic ends, we could meet many of you in person. It's an honor to receive this award marking the 10th anniversary of Open Government Partnership Initiative. You may have asked yourself, what does Prozoro.Seoul mean? Well, Ukrainian word Prozoro translates as transparent, so we sell and lease public assets transparently and accessible to all. Since the revolution of dignity, the Ukrainian state has been constantly modernizing, but Ukraine is a country with low trust, not uncommon in today's world, and that makes all the changes that much harder. So how could we increase trust? And I think we found something. First, let me illustrate the impact that we create here. We do a lot, from selling huge factories for billions to renting out tiny premises in villages, but here's one story I like the most. So a couple of years ago, a small town in Dnipro region used our e-auction to sell rusty pipes of the old water supply system. The town earned an amount equal to 2 times its annual budget. With these funds, they built children's playgrounds. So to do this, a particular person, town head Sergei Vasilievich, in a particular town had to start believing that the items that no one used for decades may benefit his community. But the real result is not in the sale. For the magic to happen, you need to find buyers who would trust the government, and they would do that only when they know that the price and the process are fair, when nothing is hidden and everybody sees everything. So that's what we do. We are standing on the shoulders of giants. Ukraine has been participating in OGP initiative since its inception, and 5 years ago our friends from Prozoro Public Procurement received the award as well. We are sure that this is not a coincidence but a trend, so watch out for the new Ukrainian initiatives in coming years. We'd like to thank everyone who supports the system and without whom this award could not happen. This is Ministry of Economic Development and Trade of Ukraine, Deposit Guarantee Fund, the President of Ukraine, all the members of Parliament and the ministries working with us, the National Bank, the State Property Fund, our partners in civil society across the whole country, international development organizations, and of course, our supervisory board and the hard-working Prozoro.Seoul team. You are the best.
Hi, I'm Kristina Zelinska from Transparency International Ukraine. Do you know what your government sells? Do you know what your city or town sells? What do they lease? Do you know who receives the mineral resource licenses and why? In Ukraine, in these areas, now everybody sees everything. A regular citizen or a civil activist has the same access to the information as the top government servant. Transparency International Ukraine, the Deposit Guarantee Fund, the Ministry of Economy and the National Bank of Ukraine once agreed on the need to build a transparent and efficient system for selling the assets of insolvent and liquidated banks. And now we open more markets for transparent public sales. Today, this award is a confirmation that we are moving in the right direction. The 10th anniversary award of the Open Government Partnership is a powerful international recognition and an indication that sales reform is on track and should extend to as many public areas and markets as possible. The victory of the Ukrainian system Prozoro.Sale is the victory of our golden triangle: the government, the public and business at the same time. Going digital has become Ukraine's flagship topic and the state priority during the last years. Ukraine is one of the first countries in the world that fully legalized digital passports. It was a huge step to a paperless regime. We have a big ambition to make Ukraine a world champion in being digital, and such projects as DIA, Prozoro, Prozoro.Sale, etc. are part of this transformation. Together with the entire Transparency International Ukraine team, we congratulate you for such an effective tool for those seeking to create positive change in their country.
Thank you, Christina. Nowadays, trust is decreasing everywhere, but it looks like we know how to start fixing this. The fix is in complete transparency, equal rules, digital procedures, and cooperation between the business, the civil society, and the government. With this, corruption becomes unnecessary and inconvenient, while the state provides efficient digital services to everyone. And this would create markets and trust, just like Prozoro.Sale does. Congratulations to all of the nominees, and Slava Ukraini!
Thank you to Robin and all the panelists for the interesting discussion. And I also hope that you enjoyed our video highlighting the work of reformers in Ukraine on the transparent sale of public assets. And congratulations on the Ukraine team for winning the OGP Impact Award. As the plenary session comes to a close, I would like to thank all the panelists for the speakers who have participated in our discussion, as well as everyone in the audience for their participations and the questions in our today's event. We hope today's conversations were thought-provoking and inspiring, and we encourage you to keep the conversation going among your peers and online through the hashtag OGP Summit. We hope you will join us for the remaining events as the part of OGP Summit, including our plenary tomorrow on the inclusive digital innovation, as well as we have our closing plenary to conclude the summit. Thank you everyone for joining, and enjoy the rest of the summit.